Good morning, YouTuber. Got a frog in my throat right at that moment. Haha, not a frog. Yeah, that'd be gross. So here's what I think. Here's what I think. I'm grateful to Bobbles because I'm super grateful to Tiffany. But I feel like Tiffany and I were getting very, very cyberbullied. Okay? And that Bobbles came on the scene, has some, by the grace of God, characteristic in her that I'm just saying she's given more of a voice to two women that have been completely character assassinated on YouTube. I want to say a special thanks to Tiffany Bommels and JC Bear. Um, you were on the panel when, and I didn't see any of that until just now. I just finally watched it, where Tom was going on about me, saying even before I was a rotten person. Tom, I was a mod on your channel. Hi, Ben. I was a mod on your channel until the day that they were giving me the results of the lymph node biopsy. So if I was such an asshole, why was I a mod up till the day they were giving me the results saying I was stage 3? So you know that's a lie, okay? So when you're trying to say people only are being kind to me because of cancer, it's actually reversed, Tom. You were only being mean to me because I got cancer. Because I was a mod on your channel up till I got cancer. So your whole I was a rotten bitch before cancer, and so it has nothing to do with cancer that I'm rotten. No, mm-mm. I was a mod even after I had gotten cancer. So try again, buddy. What happened was I got cancer and you saw the opportunity to hurt somebody and you took it. If I was a rotten bitch, that's a rotten thing for you to say to somebody who was a supporter and a subscriber of your channel since before you got 1,000 subscribers. So that's pretty rotten to say. I remember your first live stream. I was there. So that's rotten and very ungrateful. Not saying you should be grateful to me, but I was a supporter of you until I got cancer. If I was such a rotten person, why did you mail me magnets? Okay. If I would have been watching at the time that that conversation was going on, I guess I could have asked you that, but then that would have just caused this whole thing because I know you don't have the ability to admit when you're wrong and say, that was pretty rotten what you did. And I don't, yeah, I appreciate Bobbles and Tiffany defending me and the fact that, I would know details and dates better than they would in order to defend me isn't, their fault. Like, I'm sure they didn't even remember about the magnets. If I was so fucking wrong. I mean, everybody knows. I was making shout out videos to everybody in the room, calling you guys my family and shit. So stop, Tom. Just stop. You just can't turn around and say, you know what? That time in your life, you were a complete dick for what you did. Cancer or no cancer, but you did it because I got cancer. For some reason, you found some sort of joy in it. I don't know what it is, but so please don't try to flip it around because I know the truth. Now, here's another thing I want to say. First of all, Janice Dickinson, if you see me in any room, I know that you're always the same Janice Dickinson. You don't have a lot of clones. It's always you. Okay? What you have is a lot of accounts that have been blocked. So you have to always make another account calling yourself Janice Dickinson. That's what you have. But if you see me somewhere, don't be polite to me. Don't be anything to me. Because I am sick and tired of pretending that I like you at all. You're grotesque and you have taken part in so much of the sheer disgusting behavior of just being an absolute idiot everywhere you go. Here's another thing. For people who know me and come into my live stream, please don't sit there and encourage an idiot like Janice Dickinson, who you don't see in my live stream. And you know it must be an enemy if they're going to sit there and call me a drunk. Don't sit there saying, well, she does have cancer. That might be why she's drinking. Please don't do that. Because with friends like that, who needs enemies? If you're going to believe an idiot like Janice Dickinson, that is clearly not my friend. Okay? Now, here's another thing. You guys, you see Ben here, right? You see Ben, right? Ben's been here with me since the beginning. He remembers Ace. He remembers Lee. And they both sat there in that live stream, and both of them act as if I had ever done anything to either one of them to bring about, perhaps after a while of asking, hey, what did I exactly do to you guys that made you just stop talking to me? With no answer to that. And now you want to act like I did something to you guys, so you backed off me? That's not what happened. That isn't what happened. What happened was you jumped on the hate train for Tracy and you trotted your asses out of here and never even gave me the courtesy of keeping your mouth shut. Instead, what you want to do is trying to make it look like I did something to either one of you. If you had any concern about your friend, and Ace, you and I were friends for 3 years, and you want to sit there and talk like you think you backed away from me because I did something to you. You started to ignore me, and I was hurt. I shed tears over that, and you know it. And you never, ever address that. Never. But you sure run with how you felt hurt. You're at Bumbles because I shared that link and stuff, and you and Lee are gonna sit there and act like I did something to either one of you. Well, when you guys can actually tell me what I actually did to you two, what I did to you two, a specific thing that I did to either one of you, then please leave my name out of your mouth. Please. Because neither one of you are saying anything kind to me. And you hurt my feelings deeply. And that's the bottom line. Because what friends do is what Ben did. Ben stuck around with all those people who came in here with me. What did I ever do with to XX? You see her here? No. And I like XX tremendously. She can't come to my live streams anymore. Prudently, what did I do to Prudently? Nothing. What did I do to Spaceman? Private chatted him, just be a little careful. She just said she spent, $20 on a hot guy on TikTok. I mean, you might not want to be sending her any cash. And I ended up being the rotten bitch. But what happened? He sent her what? Money? She fucked him over? Did I get any kind of apology for how I was treated? Nope. Mm-mm. I didn't. Ben, you were here. You still here now? Are you? Why? Did something happen with the roommate? Because that's funny that you say that because something happened with where I noticed this thing where there was not even a comment from Jose, but yet there was a comment from her to Jose on her channel telling him this is her roommate or something, and your emails are creepy. But if Jose had made a comment at all, then her comment to him would have been deleted. Jose didn't even know it was there. And there was, Jose didn't have her email. But now you're telling me something about the roommate thing too? See? Now that seems kind of strange to me. So I don't know what was going on there, but if somebody was harassing me, Ace in like a different email, pretending to be people, I really have no clue. But I could see how, I'm just, Ben, let me ask you a question. You've been here since the beginning. Did you see me do anything to any of those people that were the group that was here before that was all my mom? Did you see me do anything to them? And were they not all gone all at once? Now, come on. How are they going to say I offended all of them at the same time? No. What they did was an organized thing to hurt me. They knew what they were going to do because the very next day is when fucking next thing I'm all over the fucking internet again. They're making these videos again. And I'm public enemy number one again. What kills me though is Ace was friends with me for 3 years. And always thought her and Lee. Yeah, no, I know, no, I missed the same thing you missed, then. I missed it too. I'm telling you, I missed it too because I remember when it was. It was during the right then. I mean, yeah, it was very yeah. But they were all kind to you for a while there, and then all of a sudden, it was just like, see ya, all of them at the same time, because they were all conversing on Discord and bashing me. Isn't that weird? And I didn't do anything to any of them. In fact, I introduced them, you know? But here's the thing. I know you won't do that to me, and I know you know I won't do that to you. I mean, I saw freaking the night, that you and Ace were talking and blah blah blah, right? And then I saw the night that you came in and you had your little buzz on, It was months ago. And you were getting angry, like what you sometimes you would do, like when you would get buzzed. And I knew that about you, I know that about you. We both have been friends now for a while, probably almost a year, and have, grown accustomed to each other's quirks. Just like, Tiffany was talking about, you know, my quirks and you know, there's things you can't always like everything about everyone, but if the bad outweighs the good, then um, you can talk things out. You can work things out. You can agree to disagree on certain things. That's awesome, Ben. Because you did used to get angry, and I do remember the night that you were a little angry because you had been drinking, but you weren't angry at anybody. It was just how you get. And here's the thing: it became exactly what you're saying right there. Like she knew that you would get, um, that your personality would change, just like everybody else in the chat knows. Because neither one of us hide it. I'll drop the link in case you want to come up. Neither one of us hide who we are. We're real, you know, and our friendship is real. So I'm talking about me and you, Ben. So she knew your quirk that day, whatever. But she took it to like a level of where, so the next day when you weren't drinking, or the next time, maybe not the next day, but the next time you guys came across each other and you weren't drinking, she made it like as if that behavior that you had that day was your constant behavior, but it wasn't your constant behavior, you know? But it was like as if, you know, it made it, so then it became your, hooked on and stalkery, but it was just a quirk of yours when you would drink a little bit, you know? So instead of just accepting that about you and all of us learning each other's behaviors, I mean, I'm going to just say I wasn't all about, like, for on the flip side, the person that we're referring to, I wasn't about all the freaking crystals and all that stuff. I'm not a big, into crystals. Some people are, some people aren't. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them. It's just something that, it's not in common with. Doesn't mean I was gonna be like, oh, you're some new age freak that is all about crystals. Stop talking about crystals. I didn't do that. But are one, like a fleeting character flaw that isn't a constant is what identified us, you know? Suddenly after 3 years, I'm this person who attacks people's family members. Now you know me for, right, she just stopped talking to you. Like as if you were stalkery, right? Just because one night, you know, like she started to like remove all her heart in her comments to you, right? Like as if you're some fucking retard that not a retard, I don't mean that. I mean like in, emotions, like for love. Like as if you have retarded emotions and thoughts of what somebody's, actions towards you if they like you would be, right? Not in any other way, but like and you're gonna define somebody putting a heart emoji as being in love with you, right? Like as if you're crazy. You know, so to find that you suddenly become intolerable because one night you said what happened to all the hearts I used to get. And I remember that. Then suddenly you're intolerable. I want to know what made me intolerable. You know, I keep thinking about replaying the that Freakers Ball Friday night live stream so people, yeah, of course you were playing, and she didn't know that. Instead, she made you feel like, like what you just said about your roommate, and she made Jose feel that way. And she made me, now she describes me. It's not describing as, oh, we were good friends for 3 years. It's like I'm some fucking bitch that, she doesn't say it like that, but that's how I hear it, that, attacked her dead family member. How do you go from calling somebody sis and all that, oh, we have a connection, to just not talking to them at all and not giving them a reason? Okay, so then if that's what it is about with you, then what is it about with me? Because unfortunately, although I might not put heart emojis everywhere, I do have a very big heart. And I actually had shed a few tears about the fact that I was just at the start of and now when I see talking about me, not it's basically what an ass I am, in other words, from her. And Lee as well. And I want to know what I did to either one of them. To either one of them. And here's the thing, one of them sat through and witnessed a live stream where the initial live stream where they were attacking me and accusing me of having Munchausen syndrome a year ago, they were there. They know it happened. They saw it all go down. And they won't speak up and say I was there. You know that? And here's the thing, I was like so caught up in the fact that their name was, uh, you know, the same name as somebody that was a good friend that passed away. But I know that they remember that going down. And for them to be able to sit idly by and watch that whole thing go down in places for the last year and never open their mouth and say, I was there, I saw it happen. That really happened. That person had a live stream. SG came in totally innocent and they attacked her in there and said she was running a racket. They demanded their money. They were there, they saw the whole thing, and they never say anything. So I sit there and think to myself, wow, Lee. It really breaks my heart. I mean, tonight, Bobbles and Tiffany were really, I want to say thank you to both of you. Thank you so much because you're two wonderful, strong people. And if people can't understand that as much as you guys speak your mind, right? And it might come off as offensive to some people. They might think you're abrasive or that you speak your mind. You two stop right now. Just let him go by, would you? Thank you, Ben. Um, the worst thing, though, to do is to support people that are putting your friend down. Like sit, and you know how you do that is by sitting quietly by. So there's some people, right? And I didn't know this because I wasn't really on YouTube tonight much, you know. Um, I just stopped in at the end of Bobbles there to say hello and stuff. You know, I'm not. I never saw the whole thing that had gone down. You know. All right. Um, when I watched it, I was like, you know, it was fine. I think I was more mad about that Janice Dickinson sitting in that room calling me a drunk, and you know, people saying, well, you know, she does have cancer, she can drink, or it's not illegal to drink, instead of saying that I'm not a drunk. I'm not a fucking drunk. Don't be fucking justifying my alcoholism that I don't have. I get it. You might have been trying to be kind in there, but I'm not a fucking drunk. So you may as well have said, yes, she's a drunk, and just left it at that. I mean, people need to know that the person who yells the loudest gets hurt. Okay? When everybody will say, just ignore it, don't do this, don't do that. I was so glad when nobody said that to Bobbles, and even if they did, she wouldn't listen, probably, right? She's still gonna keep saying what she wants to, you know, what she feels. And I'm glad because by the grace of God, she's blessed with something. I don't know if it's what it could, I'm not saying that I don't know. She's got plenty of good qualities, but for her to attract such a wide array of different personality people, what's good though, right, about what she just went through with this Ollie is she got to see, she knows this herself, that people eventually weed themselves out, you know? They weed themselves out. So when you've got, 15 people that tromps off with one person because you have an argument with them, then that's 15 people that weren't really your friends, you know? Um, I feel like, okay, it's normal and natural that all of us, when as a group, you block that particular, group, not that particular group, but whatever was connected. You didn't know yet who was where, right? Right? You didn't know who was where. So you block this particular group. Then you see if somebody was going, this is your family, and this is what I'm going to do to you, and this is what I'm going to do to you because you blocked them. Or the people who said, okay, well, that's your choice, and they respect your decision. That's your prerogative. It's, I mean, I'm certainly not gonna, you're not gonna unblock somebody if they make hate videos, right? So what's the point in making hate videos? Just to hate on somebody because they block them? It's the same with like if somebody's dating somebody and they want you back, but the way they try to get you back is by stalking you, destroying your stuff, I mean, that's not scoring brownie points, right? Um, Funny. I I'll check that out if you're listening. But I don't really know who that person is. I think only maybe I will look though. Because here's the funny thing was that a couple of times you don't realize who and who isn't in your live stream, and then you'll go back like, oh, but here's yeah. I'll talk to you about all that. It's private. If you want to come on my live, You know what I'm doing right now? I'm fucking talking to a text message. I'm talking to the text message like as if I'm talking in the live stream. I can't multitask. That's the bottom line on that. But here's the thing. I mean, how's she gonna know, or anybody gonna know? Not just Pablo. Anybody gonna know how far somebody will go? If they're gonna do that because they got blocked, then I mean, basically, I don't know. I mean, I just don't see how blocking somebody would warrant going through every personal record on them or their loved ones that you could find because they're blocked. I can't even imagine. That's like if I bump my leg on, the edge of my car bumper and I fucking picked up a crowbar, started bashing the shit out of my car. Like, what's the point? What's the end game of that? So crazy. Crazy. And here's another thing. I hate to bring up Jules again, but here's the thing. Here's the dig. While you guys are all going off public and she's being all silent on public, she's not silent in the background. She's fucking emailing me shit. It's not nice. Shit she emails is not nice. It's not polite. She doxed my email address. That wasn't by accident. But then she makes a video saying, oh, well, that was Joe who did it. I can't control Joe. And everybody gave her a pass on doxing me. You know, why would Jules get a pass on doxing my email address? But Bobbles, I mean, I'm sorry, not Bobbles, but Ollie is, evil for doxing. Yeah, that's one thing. Hi, Lulu Bell. Hi, Jason. That's one thing. People can't have it both ways. If you want to, like, if you really believe in what you're saying, and especially when you have the opportunity, and I'm not saying this to anybody in particular, okay? But not everybody can get the attention of over 200 people at one time, okay? I was that person. I would talk about, and here's the thing. I'm just saying what I would do, but here's the thing. It maybe wouldn't work. Oh, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Oh, that's kind of near me. I've been to, have I been to Bridgeport, Connecticut? I feel like I did go to Bridgeport, Connecticut. They have a civic center there, don't they? Yeah, I feel like I went there to see Sesame Street live. Um, I guess it would be hard though, because then what if you started talking about what really matters? You'd have to like insert it in as segments. You couldn't change your whole um content or your itinerary, whatever your programming. You know what I mean? Because you'd have to be able to. Old Blue Fish Field. What's the Old Blue Fish Field? It would be interesting, to watch your live stream if you had that many people. Not for somebody like, who's only got, like a few people in the room, but if you had that many people, it would probably be beneficial to watch. But I don't think that it shows how many people you have in your live stream after when you rewatch it. I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think it does show. So it's not like you could actually watch when it went up. You could maybe have JC. Well, whatever. All right, you know what I mean. So JC Bear, you could probably have him take note of when what you're talking about is the subscribers increase or not subscribers, the people in your live stream increase or drop just to get a handle on what people will stick around for because you wouldn't want to start talking about something and have the fucking everybody start dropping out. In the downtown area, which they used to play baseball. Well, this was it was inside like an arena though. It was it wasn't Sesame Street Live. You know what it was? It was Wizard of Oz on ice. The Ice Capade. I cried. I know that's ridiculous. I couldn't help it when the Scarecrow and Dorothy were saying goodbye, and she said she was gonna miss them the most. It made me cry. When I used to ice skate, which was never, but I would try. I had to have double blade ice skates, but I still wouldn't let go of the wall because like I could fall, and then somebody else who's a really good skater could be skating backwards and like skate right over my fingers. I'm pretty sure that yeah, they had concerts there and stuff. Yep, I was crying. And like I was with my daughter's father and her, but we weren't still together, but we had, recently had split up, so we had taken her. And so I kind of like put my hair so it looked, she was sitting in between us, and I kind of it was dark, it was like an ice capade. And so I had my hair kind of hang down to hide my face because I was crying, not sobbing. I was like wailing. But Lulu Bell, right up here. Lulu Bell said hello up here. I don't know if she's still here. Yeah. Um, and my daughter's father said, "Oh, Tracy, you don't have to cry." But here's the thing. I look up and I go, I know, but it's so sad because I was really crying. And he goes, "Oh my God, I was only kidding. I didn't know you were really crying." Oh no, he goes, "Don't cry, Tracy." That's what he said. "Don't cry, Tracy." But I was already crying. One time he made me laugh so hard at one of my daughter's talent shows when she was in junior high. I actually had to leave the auditorium because he made me laugh so hard. I couldn't stop. And you don't want to be laughing at, like a kid's talent show. Because, it wasn't like I was laughing at the kid, but I didn't want any parents to think that, you know, because I couldn't stop laughing. It was so funny. It was that, because, like all the kids could do what they wanted to do with each act, whatever. So one particular was that it was a dance act. You remember these are junior high school kids. And it was all girls except for this one kid, Vinny. And so they all had like these like I don't know outfits on, and he was the only guy. And so the dance move looked normal on the girls, but when he did it, it looked kind of funny. It was more like if you were doing. You remember that move that well, you guys are guys, um, but anyway, you know that if you're going, we must increase our bus, but you did a little faster, so it was like a dance move. And that's what the kid did. And my daughter's father said, "Oh my God, Tracy, did you see that? That kid just stole my best dance move." And I fucking busted out laughing. I mean, I could not stop. A survivor? Well, I actually gave myself that name before I had cancer, but which hoping to survive, of course. But I hope to survive every day. Sometimes I'll be driving on the highway and I'm telling you the other night, and when I was coming home, there was two cars that had gotten into an accident because it seemed like it was a lot of young kids out the other night, and I don't know. I don't know. They were playing their music loud and shit, and then when I passed by again, there was a little fender bender. I knew they were like, well, it was, whatever. But anyway, oh my god, I have to fucking do something now. Then the two of us must make a pact. We na salvation back. Well, that makes sense though, Ben, because we've got 8 in here right now, plus me. That's 9. So how many thumbs up are there? Any? Thanks a lot, Jason. That's so encouraging. Awesome. Where do you come from, Jason, with your cheery, positive, encouraging behavior? Okay, you know what? Just because you are not subtle at all, I'm putting you in timeout for that, Jason. That was kind of mean. You know what I mean? Like, either you're a real dick or nobody taught you manners. Yeah, condolences, but seriously. See, now Ben has better manners than I do, right? Ben has better manners than I do. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben, for saying condolences. Because, you know, I took it as like, you ease into that, motherfucker. Don't be like fucking talking about. And you know what? He doesn't know how much I go through of fucking people doing a whole live stream about right before my so and so died of cancer. This happened to them. I know. And if she had cancer, like a cancer, whole live stream of it. You know what I mean? People, yeah. That'd be like if I said to you, what color are your eyes? And you said, oh, they're blue. And I go, I hate blue eyes. And I just met you. You know what I mean? Like, fucking proper behavior counts. Sorry, it does. If your mother didn't do it, then fucking you're welcome. And I'll teach you how to be more likable. I'm not saying you weren't, but I felt like, I don't know. Right, either way, he can stick it through the fucking 5 minutes of timeout and then say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come off like that, you know? So we're not discounting you out right now. So falls in your court as a mature adult. 'Cause you're very welcome to be here. But if you don't think that I think about dying consistently from cancer, I mean, I could see you like your aunt beat cancer, and you were like, "Oh, my aunt just beat throat cancer. Or if you lost the race, and I was like, oh, well, I mean, you could have ran a little faster, or, just totally discouraging. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you. Hi, Dominic. What does GTSY mean? It's it. And it wasn't blocking, it was just time outing, just to think about what he did. That's all right, Dominic. Cool to stop in. Don't forget to give that thumbs up. Now I finally learned how to hide my thumbs up. Thank God for Bible, because I didn't know how to do it, but I do now. At least Ben, not Ben, Dominic. I was gonna say, at least now you're getting better sleep. You're not staying up so late. Probably better for you, right? I don't know. I. It is good to see. We're gonna zoom, zoom, zoom. I keep wanting to take a ride up the fucking Barrington. I want to do a lot of stuff. I'm telling you. If I had somebody, I know what good GTSY means. Good to see you. Oh, good to see you. I wasn't getting it. I could have asked you that all day. That could have gone on all day. You know that? All day. You're smart with that emoji. You're smart with that. So what made you stop drinking, Ben? If you don't mind me asking. Just wondering. I would have kept going. It's good to see you too, Ben. What does GTSY mean? I'll bet you though there has been people who were ice skating and fell down and somebody skated over their finger and it got cut off. I bet. I'm willing to bet. Then the two of us must make a pact. I bet I have some carrots. I could probably go look for Benjamin Bunny. I go out there, fucking, he gets taken by a hawk right on camera. That'd be fucking horrible. I bet they scream and shit too. I never heard a rabbit make a noise though. Have you? I mean, other than except that. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh my god, I know, right? Random person. You are right. You are Buffalo Soldier, Dreadlock Rasta. Anybody know who sings that song? Fighting for survival in the heart of America. That's not even true though. It's like fucking. That's not what Buffalo Soldier is for. Would you like me to keep singing it random? Those are just kidding. Were you in Bobbles tonight? Random. Nobody kicked you out, Jason. I timed you out so you could think about what you did. You were supposed to be listening to me bitching, not bitching, really like correcting your behavior, doing you a favor, correcting correcting your behavior and doing you a favor. That's a rhyme. Yep, I'm gonna do you a favor and correct your behavior. That's a good one. No, I did. I timed you out, Jason. I timed you out. In fact, Ben was kind. He goes, condolences about your aunt. And, I felt bad then because I probably should have done the same thing that Ben did, and said condolences, but I didn't. So if I could kick myself out for 5 minutes, I probably would because I felt bad about it. Thanks a lot, Ben, for being so nice. I have a moderator here. I don't have a mod here, do I? There's my moderator. Just occurred to me. I'm like, I have a mod. Yeah. So we don't even need to go over it then if you listened, right? And here you are, you're back. And I'm so glad. I'm glad you came back. Thank you. So you didn't like drinking so much anymore. I quit the sport before smoking and coffee. That's good. Because when you would drink Ben before, you would get a little bit angry. But you're better now. You're nicer. You really made me feel bad. You go condolences. And I'm like, I'm a fucking dickhead. Jason, so you didn't listen. Don't you understand? Like, if somebody has cancer, I have a moderator in the room right now. Ben, Dominic. No. Dominic came in after after I timed you out. Dominic was only here just to say hello. He wasn't here. He wasn't here during that. He's at work. No more timeout. I say no more timeout. No more time out. Then no more bad behavior, Jason. Never light a joint and then not a joint, not a joint, not a joint, not a cigarette. Just inadvertently I coughed. Oh, now you're gone. So then you lied and you didn't listen. Am I correct? Hi, Egan. Two monsters. Bacon for some bacon. What are we talking about? Jason says he listened when I was telling him why I put him in timeout, but he really didn't. Correct then? Because if he listened, then he would have known why I timed him out. My eyes are bleeding. Ugh. That'd be so gross. Imagine if you looked in the fucking mirror and your eyes were bleeding. Ugh. Imagine if we cried blood. Ugh. That'd be gross. Want me to sing to you till you go to sleep, Aiken? Rock-a-bye, baby. I'm gonna go just say rock-a-bye, Aiken, on the treetop. When the wind blows, Aiken will rock. I think it's mean that the bough breaks and the baby falls. I mean, what is that all about? Why would you put your baby in a tree? You know how there's backgrounds to lullabies or nursery rhymes and shit. Somebody look up for me. What is the background on that? Why are they putting the baby in the tree? I need to know. I need to know now. Want to know what song I was thinking about earlier? I'm gonna tell you anyway. Bop, chee bop, wee bop by Cyndi Lauper. Was that Cyndi Lauper? She bop. Yes, getting ready to tell. I lay everything out because I'm never enough. Like my son can't put under one. Just don't help him. Oh, how old is he? Wait, let me find out. How old is he? Random. RP. I'm gonna call you RP from now on. ARP. ARP. Rand. Rand Paul. I'm gonna call you Rand Paul. Not Mbop. It's Shebop. Ooh, Shebop. Cyndi Lauper, right? 10? Okay, so 10. Right? Nobody puts baby in a corner. I had the time of my life, and I owe it all to you. That was pretty good, I thought. I'm sorry. I wasn't even aware I was gonna pull off Joe Cocker like that. That's who that was, right? That was fucking. I mean, I thought I sounded very similar to him just then. And I'd never even imitated Joe Cocker in my life. So that was for first time Joe Cocker impression. That was pretty good. Every day I think every guy in the world should be happy their name isn't Dick Trickle. Only because of seriously, there was a time when you would fill out a job application and it would be last name first and then you would have to be Trickle Dick. Who wants that? Even Richard Little, right? Dick Little, Little Dick. What's wrong with those parents? They knew that their kids were going to get called Dick and they knew what their last name was. That's fucked up. They couldn't have picked another name for poor Dick Trickle. What was on? Paul Trickle. See, that doesn't sound like an STD. I woke your foot. He's screaming, turn that shit off. Oh my god, I feel horrible right now. Does he want me to sing? Does he want me to sing him a lullaby? Can someone look up why we put a? Tell him he can go back to bed. Soon as he looks up why they put the baby in the tree. I want to know. Please, I'm gonna keep singing. Oh, I bet he likes Led Zeppelin. Has he ever heard me do the immigrant song? I don't know any of the words, but I do know. Ah, ah. And I don't know the words. Someday I'll work on the rest of the song. Maybe I'll sing it as fast as they do. All right. Just a little Black Sabbath. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black. Now this is what I don't understand. Do they say generals gather in their masses? Then just like witches at black masses? Oh my god, I just scared my dog too. That's fucked up. Yeah, come on. Let's not pretend here. I don't sound normal. Tell him you're talking to Fran Drescher. Oh, Mr. Sheffield. Ma. I kind of like my Lois Griffin. Is that her name? Lois? Peter. Peter. Uh, I don't know why you guys make me resort to this kind of entertainment for you. You guys are a hard crowd. You know, you're a tough crowd. Get sick of it. Okay. Come on, type faster. Encore. Encore. That's what I want to hear. I knew it, Ben. I knew it. Ozzy. Female. I knew it. I bet you Sharon was a male. She looks it. Oh my god, random. Do not do that. Now I'm gonna be so self-conscious. Hey, hey, did you hear what random said about you? She said you had a small winky. Small winky. Tiny, tiny was the word she used. She said, my boyfriend is tiny, tiny, tiny penis man. Large skull Sharon. We don't mean Sharon V doing the T. Not that she has a large skull. Large skull. Microscopic. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Ugh, that'd be horrible. I watched a show one time where they actually explained about how a guy gets a sex change and they kind of slice it into four kind of, right? It's still there. They do something and then they push it in, right? They push it in. I don't know what the slicing was about. Are you kidding, Lucas? Oh, Lucas. She gave an interview where she said that I wish I had her body. That's for sure. An interview where she said that she wouldn't stop talking to the guy that was like the president of, whatever channel it was on, CBS, whatever. She happened to have a seat next to him on first class on the plane. She just kept talking to him about her idea about, the nanny and stuff. finally by the end of, when the plane finally landed, it was like fine, and we just stopped talking. No, I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm from Jersey. You from Jersey? Uh, no, no, no. Go Pickleball. How did he laugh again? I'm from Jersey. I've only driven through New Jersey. I've heard they have nice beaches there, but I would have never imagined it. I really wouldn't have. I would have been like, I don't know. I just always thought it was kind of inner city. They have Atlantic City there, but I don't think it's the same as East Beach. Anybody here see Boardwalk Empire? That was a good series with Steve Buscemi there. I like that show. It was pretty good. That would have stuck the liver on there. I don't know. I think they're fucked up. Let's see if I can find any scary shit here about Massachusetts. No, I'm not gonna. I know about that. Let's see if I can find okay. The grave of the mad scientist in Malden, Mass. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Night aching. I'm aching for some bacon. I can bring home the bacon. Fry it up in a pan. And never, never let you forget you're a man. You're my elbow crack? Fucking sexy. That's nice. Randoms in there like, trying to pinch a loaf. She's breaking a sweat and shit. I broke a sweat before pinching a loaf. Not gonna lie. I might, I'm not talking about, I'm not gonna talk about shit anymore. I'm not. I don't care how much you want me to. No, I said. So Jason really left, right? I bet he didn't. I bet he's still listening. I bet he is. I bet he's saying, I like the mommy. The mommy. Telling me how to act. Thank me, I'm a bad boy. Bad young boy. Just using it for his good. My dog's so cute. You guys are so sweet. Hey, random, by the way. I'm this way naturally. I'm not gonna lie to you, I do smoke weed. But just so you know that I saw Janice Dickinson and Bobbles tonight, and she kept repeating he, she, whatever it is. And she doesn't have a lot of phones. What she has is a lot of Janice Dickinson accounts because they keep getting blocked from people. I can see who's on my chat, like, but not like, you know, there's a lady dancing on the beach. Really, right now? Well, that's cool. What's she dancing to? trying to think of that song. What is it? How does it start? Lady, let me take a look at you now. There on the dance floor, making me want you somehow. Lady, I think it's only fair I should say to you. Don't be thinking that I don't want you, 'cause maybe I do. Little River Band. Yeah, but it's all the same person. I mean, there's a few, you know. What do you mean click on participant? I never saw any participants. What do you mean participant? Little. When I click on the three dots, it just says put user in timeout or block user. Yeah, me neither. I have three lumps. Does that mean I'm blind? I think it's Braille. It's the scariest thing to read in Braille. Do not touch. Little. In the quiet town of Malden, Mass, is located just north of Boston. The town was originally settled in 1640 and was once a part of Charlestown. In 1649, the town was incorporated. The majority of the settlement was built on scenic hills. The early inhabitants of Malden either engaged in farming or fishing, and with the Mystic River. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever seen the movie Mystic River with Sean Penn and Tim Robbins. Is that his name? The one that dated Susan Sarandon and Kevin Bacon. Mystic River. Oh my God. What a good movie. It is such a good movie. It's got Sean Penn, Kevin Bacon, and Tim Robbins. Oh my God. And other people too. Got a lot of actors in it, but it's so good. So good. Can't even, you know. Um, anyhow, I'll keep going. Some men became woodsmen and cleared the dense woods that once existed in Malden. However, almost 200 years after Malden was settled, one of its residents chose a darker course of work. It was the mid 1800s, and Ephraim Gray lived in an old house in the center of town. That distinctive house was just as worn and wrinkled as his reclusive, reclus- reclusive, whatever, owner. Ephraim wasn't married, and he had no relatives or friends. His only companion was a male servant who tended to his needs. Moody, and some say misunderstood, Ephraim preferred lurking around his house during the nighttime hours, engaging in strange studies. It was said that odors of repulsive chemicals crept from his house, and people passed by at night would choke and gasp at the horrid smell. Those who chose to look up into the windows of the ominous saw looming shadows that many described as goblin like in nature. and many people were afraid just to walk down that side of the street. Finally, in the year 1850, Ephraim was on his deathbed. He called to his servant and whispered with his last breath, "In my life, I have differed from other men, and by the foul fiend, I will continue different after I am dead. My flesh is not common flesh like yours. It will never rot." When his master passed, Ephraim's servant went to the police station and reported his employer's death. The servant stood to inherit Ephraim's entire estate. However, he did need to see that his master's final wishes were carried out. Ephraim's final request was that his body be left undisturbed from the time of death. This is a true story, by the way. From the time of his death until his burial in the local burial ground. That meant no autopsy, no embalming, no removal of fluid, or any disturbance to the flesh in any way. The local mortician was horrified at the request. He couldn't understand why Ephraim wouldn't want the usual procedure done to preserve his body. Ephraim's servant explained the strange reasoning behind the request. Ephraim was an accomplished chemist, and he had dedicated most of his later years to devising a formula and a method for a youthful elixir that could create immortality. Isn't that what me and you were talking about the other night, Ben? About like immortality? Is that what they could possibly want? Is that what we were talking about? Was that me and you? Wasn't it? Anyway. Um, Despite the endless research and formulas, Ephraim's dream of eternal life was never fully realized. This is a true story. However, he made sure to ingest a potion every day that he strongly believed would keep his corpse fresh after death. Ephraim's wishes were honored, and his body was finally entombed 5 feet deep in the cold ground. The large tomb had an ornate iron door with a decorative granite gable, and those few souls who peered in between the railings of the door were now more curious than ever. So basically, at this point, the guy is thinking he didn't solve the search for eternal life. All he did was now he's thinking, hopefully, at least I drank something that will keep my flesh good for 7 days or whatever, 5 days what it was. So it was about 20 years after Ephraim Gray's death that some curious medical students from Harvard University began discussing the story of the mad scientist from Malden. They were interested in finding out if Ephraim's body still showed signs of life. Wow, that's pretty weird, huh? So one night, the students climbed aboard a carriage in the late hours of the night and took the ride from Cambridge to Malden, Mass. It was just after midnight as the carriage rode up to the old burial ground. The students cautiously looked around to make sure they would not be seen. They went up to the gate, and after much effort, the group was able to push open the heavy iron door. They stepped onto the damp, mossy floor and walked over to the coffin. With a chisel, they pried the lid off. They pried the lid off the moldering coffin. The lid was pushed back, and a cloud of dirt and dust puffed through the air. The students stared in shock at Ephraim Gray's body. While the clothing on his body was decaying, the body looked much like it had in life, except it had golden brown, hard, and dreadful looking. Except it had grown, not golden. I'm sorry. It had grown brown, hard, and dreadful looking. Perhaps Ephraim's body preserving elixir had worked to some extent. The students replaced the coffin and lid and snuck back out of the tomb into the moonlit burial ground. After seeing the body for themselves, the students decided that they would try to find out the formula for the preserving elixir. Weeks passed, and the students weren't any closer to finding any documentation or information about Ephraim's magical potion. A fellow Harvard student had heard about his classmate's midnight escapade into the burial ground, and he himself doubted a man really had been entombed in Ephraim's coffin. Am I boring you guys? Do you want to know what happened to Ephraim? It's a true story. True story. He decided to take a solitary trip to the burial ground on a cloudy and blustery night. Thank you. It's random. He entered the tomb alone, lit a lantern. I think I would have lit the lantern first, and then unpacked a saw from his bag. Hi, iHeartPink. We're just in the middle of a true story where they're trying to see how if this guy's, I don't know, he was trying to find the formula to long life, but instead he died. But I guess he's supposed to be looking whatever in his tomb. So he entered the tomb alone, lit a lantern, and then unpacked a saw from his bag. He had decided that he would saw the head off the body so that he could take it home and examine it at his leisure. With a strong stomach, he proceeded to saw the head off the body, and just as he finished his gruesome task, he heard strange noises. This is a true story, you guys. For reals, for real. He heard the sound of whispers coming from the dark corners of the tomb. Outside of the tomb, he could hear footsteps on the wet grass, and they sounded like they were coming closer. The whispers soon turned into moans and wails and steady cries. Mm, mm. Morning. The frightened student looked toward the mossy door to the tomb and saw strange shapes in the shadows moving closer towards him and across the green, slimy walls. The once brave student yelled out for mercy. With a thicket, with a sickening thud, he flung the head onto the floor and ran out of the tomb. He tripped over grave markers and stones with every frenzied step as he made his way across the burial ground. He didn't turn to look behind him, but ran home as fast as his legs would carry him. Many months passed before anyone else summoned enough courage to go into the tomb. Adventurous boys would dare their friends to go into the tomb and look for Ephraim's missing head. One day, however, a man was bathing in the river just before sunrise. Something He saw something that changed his life, and it came out of Ephraim's tomb. The man ran through the streets of Malden, screaming that a white robed figure had emerged from the tomb. It was soon determined that the figure was not a corpse, but an insane man who had crawled into Ephraim's house of death to sleep. The bathing man had been so frightened by seeing the strange spectre that he refused to believe that what he saw was actually a live human being. He claimed to have been summoned by a ghost that day, and that the sighting was an omen of his death. From that point on, the man began to change. He became silent and self-absorbed, and it wasn't long until he was dead. In the early 1900s, the population of Malden had grown significantly, and it was decided that a road needed to be constructed where the old burial ground was. Look at that, you know? They don't even care about even like anybody's burial ground. You know how we talk about how they destroyed the Indian burial grounds? They don't care about any burial grounds. They'll drive a highway right through it. A decision was made to disinter the bodies and reinter them at a new burial location in the city. Things were going well for the workers until they started to dismantle Ephraim Gray's mausoleum. The roof and the walls dismantled easily enough. However, when the coffin was lifted, it was found to be unusually light. Workers decided to open the coffin on the spot, and when the lid was taken off, the coffin was discovered to be empty. Had Ephraim finally awakened from his slumber? Had he perhaps gone to search for his head? The rest of the old burial ground ended up being moved, but the remains of Ephraim Gray were never found. So maybe it wasn't a crazy man that guy saw, whatever, thought he saw. Bum, 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 bum. And my love, the light shining through. Oh, here's one. Is Lucas still here? Or did he leave? Here's one for Lucas, if he's still here. Look at this, about your place where you live. La 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 Lucas. I live on the second floor. That was Luca, right? Not Lucas. But 7 a.m. Smoking a cigar. Sitting here waiting for Lucas. Lucas. Maybe he's not here. And it's all about his town. Un momento, por favor. Explique amongst yourselves a please. Por favor. When I meet. Okay, I'm not gonna sing. I know you guys want me to. I'm gonna hold out. I'm gonna be a little more slim on my singing because. Oh, can you hear me better now? How about now? You ever like sometimes you remember a time that was funny and of course people weren't there. Where? I think that's different for making forced to. I forget it. I forgot exactly. Thanks for the distraction. Oh, I know what it was. I was talking about this guy who's really funny, and one time I was like, "Keep it down, keep it down." I was like 19, I think, maybe 17. Like around that age. He might have been a year or two older than me. He was really, really funny, and he was like, "No." He wasn't angry, He was just being really funny, but kind of loud. He was 6'4", and one time he had gotten this puppy, so he had put one of those, gates up between the living room and the kitchen so that, the dog wouldn't get in there. And his phone started ringing, but if he took too long to get to it, the answering machine would pick it up. So he was running for it, trying to get to it, and he jumped to get over the baby gate into the living room, and he knocked himself out on the door doorway on the frame because he's tall. He didn't get to the phone. He said he was just laying there, knocked out. And then he also told me a story about when he was a little kid and he was with his grandfather. His grandfather's going to the dentist. So he was waiting for him in the car. He's like, I don't know, 10, 11. But he had a matchbox car. And for some reason, he kept putting it in and out of his mouth, but it turned sideways in his mouth. And he couldn't get it out. And he's all like, ah, ah, ah. And he had to wait till his grandfather came out of the dentist. His freaking matchbox car jammed in his mouth. He was funny. Hey, is Lucas there? Looking for Lucas. Looking for Lucas. L is for how lost you are right now. U is for you are not here. Is an older man with a beard. Let's look at it. What is it? What is it? Is it an owl? Yours random looks like a big cloud of black smoke. Random person, see? Big cloud of see, but I know Ben's is a dog. He's never seen so I really can't see what that is. Is it a cat? This looks like a big cloud of black smoke to me. Lucas is never gonna know about his own town. Really? I can't even see it. Oh, are you looking upwards? Are you wearing a white shirt? Oh, now I can see it. See that YouTube like insignia is right over your face. You know, and I'm so stupid. I put it on the screen like as if it's bigger, but definitely bigger to me here. I can tell it better. Random still looks like something's on fire there, like a big black cloud. You better shape up, 'cause I need a man. And heart is set on you. Better shape up. You better understand. You know, it's pretty sad that where Lucas is from in Massachusetts, right? It's called Ipswich, but it used to be called Agawam, right? And where I live in Massachusetts was called Agawam. In the native tongue, the word means a place where fish of passage resorted. In 1614, Captain John Smith described Agawam, but it would be Ipswich. On the east side is an isle of 2 or 3 leagues in length, one half salt ponds, mulberry trees. The town was settled in 1633. The Masconomet or whatever, the Indian chief of Agawam, sold the land for 20 pounds. He died 20 years later, at which point most of his tribe had become extinct. Fucking sad. That is really sad. Then it goes on about the witch trials and shit. It's interesting to know some of the strange and accepted funeral customs Ipswich townsfolk practiced during the 17th and 18th centuries. For example, in 1685, at the funeral of Reverend Thomas Cobbett, the minister in Ipswich, 1 barrel of wine and 2 barrels of cider were consumed, and, as it was told, there was some spice and ginger to the cider. The climate of alcohol consumption portrayed by the beloved minister's parishioners is hard to imagine, but excessive drinking was quite a common practice in the days before temperance and prohibition. In the case of a pauper's death, the town would provide and bear the expense of the intoxicated drink. A careful and a careful and above all experienced committee was appointed to supervise the mixing of the funeral grog or punch and to attend to the liberal and frequent dispensing of it to the mourners. There are many tales of of spectral visions that were seen by those who just happened to overindulge in drinking during the course of these events. I'll bet you half that time through history, it was drunk people telling us that they saw this and they saw that. Even like in the Bible, they were probably like on, opium and shit. right? Seeing all kinds of shit. The town would provide it. Um, the Some people in the funeral attendance would often describe seeing the spirit of the deceased walking among the living. Whether it was truly a ghost or a drunken delusion can be debated. Do you imagine that? Being at like one of those, like some everybody's hammered, it's some fucking person's walking around there. The first meeting house was built on the hill in Ipswich around 1634, not far from the cemetery, and it is where evangelist George Whitefield is said to have confronted the devil and thrown him out of the church's belfry. The famous devil's footprint can be seen imprinted in the rock in front of the current church. The sixth structure built on the site. In addition, Ipswich has one of the largest collections of the original 17th century homes in America. To find the former inhabitants of those homes, take a walk through the Old North Burying Ground to see where they peacefully rest. Uh, Too bad Lucas isn't here. He could go to the cemetery, tell us about it. A plague for their Here's one. Snelling Hill. He was what Dr. William Snelling was based in town around 1650, and his name is mentioned in a court complaint from 1652 in nearby Salem, Mass. He allegedly made some utterances when he was drunk that offended some of the townfolk. According to record, he said, "I'll pledge my friends and for my foes a plague for their heels and a pox for their toes." Dr. Snelling admitted his misdeed in court and apologized. That's so weird. Why would they be so mad about it? He was fined 10 shillings and court costs for the incident. Coincidentally, while the documentation is detailed about the court proceedings, there is nothing in the record of deeds that mentions the transfer or sale of Dr. Snelling's property to be used as the burial ground. So that's weird, huh? They underneath the town in Newburyport, they have remnants of the old smugglers' tunnels. It was a privateering town, like for pirates or something. I don't know, right? Says interred in the burial ground are the locally famous, the forgotten, and members of the militia. One of the most interesting characters is Lord Timothy Dexter. There has been much written about this man, who is referred to as eccentric in almost every biography about him. One of his more famous sayings at Thanksgiving time was, "An ungrateful man is like a hog under a tree eating acorns, but never looking up to see where they come from." So basically, he was probably at that Thanksgiving, the second, or it was the second Thanksgiving, but it was on the third year. So the second year they didn't have that Thanksgiving. The third year they had another Thanksgiving where they had invited the Indians and they poisoned the food. They killed them. They poisoned the food. And I'll bet you, because during that time, those Indians in Plymouth had been teaching the pilgrims, whatever, how to grow corn and all that shit. And if you ever go to Pilgrim, you'll see at Pilgrim. If you ever go to Plymouth, you'll see that it's really hilly and rocky, and so it wouldn't be easy to, um, plant and everything. So I think what the guy was meaning was that the hog is sitting there just eating the acorns, but not even realizing that while he's eating the acorns, no other tree can grow because it's just eating all the acorns. And then there'll be no more trees for him to eat the acorns of. He's just, he's greedy like a hog, ungrateful. Yeah, crazy that Thanksgiving. You know that they actually, it was Lincoln who officially, set the date for Thanksgiving because they were having so many Thanksgivings. Because what it really was a celebration of a victory, their bounties. And they were killing Indians and then having these big feasts where they'd be like kicking their skulls through the streets and shit. And Lincoln said, look, we can't be having all these Thanksgiving. And that's why there's, one date. Somebody let me know if you can't really hear me. I mean, I don't know. I'm Italian. Oh, that would be nice, huh? I'd love to have my house smell like good cooking all the time. That'd be great. So his mansion was often a place of spectacle, and he even built his own family mausoleum. These are all true stories. Family mausoleum behind it. He commissioned intricately detailed, silk-lined mahogany caskets, and every so often he would take a daily nap in one of the coffins in the mausoleum. That's weird. Lord Dexter even went so far as to find out who would show up for his funeral by running his obituary in the paper while he was still alive and announcing the date and time of his wake. Okay, random. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to give thumbs up. Um, it was said that nearly 3,000 people showed up to the affair. However, his wife was not interested, and despite his insistence, she wouldn't show a shred of grief. When he finally did pass away at the age of 60 in 1860, he was buried in Old Hill Burying Ground under a simple marble gravestone with an urn on it. In 1896, a book called Old Newbury. There are several mentions of the burying ground, along with a handful of gravestone photographs. The gravestone for Deacon Parker Noyes is mentioned in great detail, as it is such an unusual stone. It is described in the following manner. Among the noticeable gravestones in the Old burial ground. Okay. In light color, tints of yellow. Okay, they don't need to go into that much. Okay. There are many examples of skull and crossbones throughout the cemetery, and many of the epitaphs include the names of ships and their captains. An incident in July 19, 1794, added 8 more graves to the hill. According to the broadside, a single sheet of newspaper that was printed quickly and passed out to the community, printed that day. On Saturday last, the following melancholy accident took place in the River Merrimack. As Mr. Chase of Newtown, with 8 others, were crossing the river in a small boat, they were unfortunately overtaken by a sudden gust of wind, which overturned the boat, and 8 souls were instantly snatched out of time into eternity. Mr. Chase providentially escaped being drowned, though at great hazard, a solemn warning to youth and the aged. Wow, that's weird. So all the young men were under the age of 29, but the rich guy, he fucking survived. The broadside went on to say that all 8 men were under the age of 29 and they were decently interred. Below the story was a poem that served as a grim reminder of how fragile life is and that there is nothing to fear in death. It's quite remarkable that the information and the wording in the broadside were so similar to the many of the sentiments found on the gravestone. Okay. Let's see. The Pierce family has tomb has been opened by vandals 3 times since 1925. Wow, that's crazy. Oh my God. That's horrible. Says alongside the hill is a large Pierce tomb that houses members of the Pierce family who died of tuberculosis between 1863 and 1899. It is immediately evident that the door to the tomb has been resealed in recent years. The tomb has been opened by vandals at least 3 times since 1925. Vandals first gained entrance to the tomb by digging an opening behind it and breaking through the crumbling stonework. According to records, the youths opened the coffins and removed the clothes from the corpses, put them on, and danced around the burial ground. The corpses were also propped up to seated positions, and candles were placed around them. They were then poked with sticks. The vandals were finally reported to the police after being spotted in the decayed clothing, and they confessed to their deed. The clothing was placed back on the corpses, and the tomb was closed up. That's fucking mean. Oh my God, wait to hear this. Why would they pick so much on this one family? Sorry, I lost my page. Oh my God, I lost my page. Can you sample? I might have lost my page. Here we go. You guys still here with me? All right. So in 1985, vandals broke into the same tomb again, this time setting it up as a clubhouse. They brought in alcohol and poured it into the corpses' mouths and took all of the rotting clothing off them. When they observed the alcohol pouring out of the bodies. The caretaker to the grounds found that the tomb had been broken into and alerted the police. The police made a public appeal on the front page of the local newspaper for the vandals to come forward. The vandals confessed and were brought immediately to the hospital to be examined, as the bodies they had disturbed belonged to those who had died from contagious diseases. The three boys did not contract any of the diseases according to the record. In 2005, a man doing court-ordered community work in the burial ground kicked in the entrance of the Pierce tomb. He twisted a wow. Why would so? Why, he twisted a skull off one of the skeletons and posed for pictures with it. He showed the skull to the other community service workers, who ran away upon seeing it. When he was done playing with the skull, he kicked it down the hill, where it was later recovered in an animal hole. Police could not identify the dismembered corpse because the silver nameplates that accompany each body in the crypt had been stolen in the previous break-in. The court sentenced the man to 2.5 years in jail for the crime, and the tomb was sealed once more. People have claimed over the years that the cemetery is haunted and that two ghostly figures can often be seen walking through the door of the Pierce tomb and crossing the burial ground. Some believe that they have captured infrared photographs of the ghosts walking into the door of the tomb. Many residents believe that the tomb is the center of ghostly activity in the burial ground because of all the vandalism over the years. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Why would they do that? I mean, I wicked want to know why they would pick the Pierces. Uh, where is that? Like, what town? I'm just in shock right now. Newtown. I gotta look it up. Give me a second. I don't know because all right, I don't know who's here. Hi. They're here and they have been here. I'm right here. You guys. Alright. Come here. Come here. Let me give you a big hug. Come here. Come here. Let me give you a big hug. Come here, boo boo. Boo boo. There's no aliens, boo boo. Come on, boo boo. I believe you there. Come on. Boo boo. Blah, 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 blah. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, I would read about it if anybody was here, so I could actually look it up. But I can't. Nobody comes up. Nobody does. Nobody wants to talk to me. You guys just want me to talk to myself. That's so fucked up. How lonely it is up here. All, all by myself. Come on, Jose. Tell us what you mean. We need to hold out on the fucking UFO information. See? I leave and you guys talk. And when I come back, you stop talking. I like it when you took me right there, right there, right there. Song, a song, song, song. Don't make me sing. Don't make me do it. Oh, let me find another one. It's random. You guys know I like that. Me like it. Me like it. See, find another one. Now I went to. Oh, here, wait. We got somebody's knocking. Should I let him in? Lord, it's the devil. Would you look at him? Hi, Ben.
Good, good morning. Good morning.
Jack.
Hey, everybody.
I like when anyone touches me. Jose says, I like when anyone touches me. So what does that mean? Oh, touch me right
I don't know about
there.
that. Hey, I don't know about that.
It's because I was singing that. I like it when you touch me right there, right there. No, he's not the devil. It's a song. Remember it? Somebody's knocking. It's like a country song. Somebody's knocking. Could I let him in? Remember? Did you bring your member? Did you bring your member? Ben does have a nice voice.
Thank you.
Please talk to me, Ben. And I'll just keep going. While you're talking.
What do you want me to talk about?
What are you doing over there, Essie? Nothing. Yeah. Talk to me, Ben. I mean
Oh
it.
boy. How
Ah,
are you? How you doing?
pretty good. Pretty good.
Where's the pup? Where's the pup?
He's sleeping. Sleeping. Don't get him all riled up. So cute when he's sleeping. 11 members. We have 11 members here. How long are they? How long? Somebody should slap me in a nice way. on my butt. On my butt.
Good Lord.
So anyway, let's look up this alien invasion that Jose is talking about. I'm
Yeah.
gonna take a look and see.
Jose, there are no aliens, buddy. They're demons.
Aliens in California. Aliens. Oh wait, I have to
Actually,
say like
it's demons, man.
Martians, right? Because if I say aliens, they're gonna think I mean Mexican. I mean, I'm not being racist or anything. Just saying. That's what they're racist. They're racist, not me. I'm just saying. Mars settlement in California. What? They're
What?
building a utopian Martian village in California desert.
No doubt there's some
California.
out there, but no aliens. No aliens.
Check. California wildfires were not caused by powerful lasers. Who said that?
Who said
What's
that?
Jose got to think about it?
That's directed energy weapon. Do.
Oh, that's kind of true, right? I guess it could. They covered 1.38
Sure, blame it on the aliens.
million acres.
Their own people.
Since
Finally.
August 15th, 2020, there have been 14,000 lightning strikes. The officials added in this time there have been over 700 new wildfires covering 1.38 million acres. Wow. That's incredible. California fire conspiracies. I want to know though, where do the people go when, you know, you know what I mean? Like when they tell them to leave. Are you there? Hello? No? Alright, I have to go in and out.
I'm here. Just washing my hands in the ocean. Oh. So.
Going on? Why did Ben leave?
Hello.
Could you not see me? The aliens are racist. Wait, you guys couldn't hear me anymore talking? That's fucked up.
No, yeah, you got to read like the chat because I can't see it.
Especially
Especially
you can't see it. You can too, though.
How?
It says comments, right? On your phone, comments.
I'm not on my phone.
What are you on?
I'm on a laptop.
Well, it must say comments.
It says chat.
Just don't use the back arrow to go out of it. You have to use the X to go out when you want to go off the comment.
What, I got to pull you up again, but then there's an echo.
No, you don't have to pull me up again. No, you don't have to do that.
I have a button on my screen that says chat.
Right, okay. If one says private chat and one says chat, right?
All right, hold on. So here's
be in
chat.
the chat.
Okay, private chat, and then comments. What?
I think yep, comments. That's what you want. Now, when you want to get out of that, hit the X that's in the upper right hand corner. Don't back arrow. Yeah. Random said, just look for the 3 dots then. Figurative. There you go. Dominic says, what's the name of your channel? That way, Dominic, you can drop Ben's link. I have to re-reg Ben. He's been a good boy lately, but he does get angry at people.
There are no dinosaurs. There never were.
Really? Then why do you think my arms were so little? I thought it was because I was a T-Rex.
Well, that's a good sign. Ladies have shorter arms.
Yeah, but I can't even reach the fork to my mouth. It's fucked up.
What? Don't do that. There are people with short arms.
I don't have. I was kidding around. I don't have.
Ben, what is the name of your channel? The name of my channel is Ben. It's the same. The same as anybody's.
Everybody's his name, Ben.
Ben. My name that's
it's
on
just
my.
Called Ben. That's it. Ben. Ben N.
It's what's on my avatar.
Oh, Ben N. Fine. Simmer down, killer.
Simmer down.
Simmer.
You sound like my buddy.
I'm looking for it right now. Then the 2 of us must make a pact. We should try and bring salvation back. All right, but what's the avatar?
Oh, the avatar is my dog. That's Chief. That's my little Jack Russell.
I don't even know.
He passed away.
I'm not finding it anywhere.
8-9 years ago. You want me to drop? I'll drop the link in the chat for my channel.
I have to rent you first. Let me do it. I'm gonna rent you right now. Hold on.
You can
rent
see my rocket video, which try and explain that one. Go check that one out. 805. You tell me what you think that is. Speaking of aliens, my other friend thought it was something demonic, as I agree with. So you want me to drop it? I'll go down there. Hold on. I'm leaving.
He doesn't know that fucking that sometimes you stop it and you can't hear. All right, hold on. Where'd he go? Type something, Ben. Boy. He shouldn't have left like that. What's wrong with him? There he is. But I had to mod him to make, because I couldn't find it. Now come back. He's lucky I went out and modded him then, because fucking he wouldn't have been able to do it. I know, I just gave it to him. Hi, Blobby. I bet you Lucas will speak up now. Okay. Even wondering where he is. No, I'm not gonna chill. I'm having a fit up here. Everybody subscribe to Ben's channel. You could drop your Jose's too, or Blobby's too. Anybody else who has a channel? Oh wow, iHeart Pink could do it. She's in there. Dun, 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 dun. The one,
You said
the
you were gonna
only.
second, so I went down and dropped it. I heard you.
Oh, sorry. I didn't give you enough credit to think you
No,
understood
you didn't.
things.
-10.
To think you understood things. Ah, good morning, not Vietnam.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Thank God, right? I wouldn't like that. So it's not going to get
Friday.
bad weather. No, there's no hurricane. I don't know where you guys heard that hurricane. There's no hurricane. Who said there was a hurricane? Why are people talking about a hurricane? Beep, beep. That was Ben's I'm a Martian alarm going off.
That's my car.
I know. I know. Let me look up hurricane. I'll do it. Here I am.
So how's the Ablavi this morning?
Oh, everybody like love it.
Yeah, I
Yum
said
yum.
hello to everybody. That's not fair.
I was being weird anyway because I said yum yum. I don't know why I would even say that. Bobby, don't feel weird about it. I don't mean it. I'm not like gonna eat you or anything. No, I'm not. I'm not looking to eat you or something.
You're allowed to say that. If I said it, you'd probably get all over me.
Yummy. Yummy. It is fake news. I know. And you know what? It wasn't even a hurricane. I never knew they were gonna announce my problem with gas like that. A
Jose,
hurricane.
why do you think that story is real
About a hurricane?
about the aliens?
He's panicking. He's known since 1947. He's just finding out about it now.
Did you get enough sleep there,
He's
pal?
mad that he didn't pay close enough attention to the news.
Have you been to bed yet, Jose?
Huh? Me?
You've been up all night watching YouTube alien videos, I bet.
I heard
There's
he
no
was
alien.
watching. I heard he was watching Martian porn.
There's only demons and angels. No aliens.
It's like it's Jose is this Martian that has a tail that has an eyeball on the end of it, and
It should be a giveaway that's coming out of California. You know,
and it looks under doors of like dressing rooms and shit. He can like make it long too, so it kind of like it stretches out and goes around corners, like and you know, like his girlfriend will be like, "What are you smiling at?" And she's like, "Nothing." But it's because behind him, his tail with the eyeball on it is in the dressing room, looking under doors.
yeah.
That's what Alien Jose does.
I
I wouldn't.
believe
I wouldn't want to
Jose.
date a guy with a tail.
That might be true. Jose, yeah, you're suspect, buddy.
SG. I'm sneaking over a mariachi band to serenade you. Ay, 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 ay. Jose, you know I love you, right? He knows I do. Hey, can I still do my shenanigans? Is that an Irish dance? Absolutely. Take your shirt off.
Shenanigans, not an Irish dance.
Take your shirt off first. Would you like me to sing for you? When Irish eyes are smiling. Ben says no. Ben says nothing, so I take that as no because N-O is the beginning of nothing, right? though. When people say nothing to me, that should be no, but I don't take it that way. I take it as dead air that needs filling, and I proceed to sing. So you might want to talk more, Ben.
I'm smoking. So
Okay.
there's a gap in what I'm
You are
thinking.
pretty hot.
Oh boy. I'll tell you something funny.
You know what Jose is? Magically delicious.
A Blobby's yum yum, Jose's delicious, and I'm smoking.
I'm gonna eat all of you.
So then what are you? Then we call you, you're the sass. You're the
Tasty.
sass in the bunch.
I'm
Sassy.
tasty.
Sassy.
Succulent survivor girl.
Tasty Tracy is good. That's good. There
Yeah.
you go.
Remember, I will shower live to get you sub.
Who said that?
Jose, who do you think? Who do you think?
I
He's
was gonna
fucking
say
like
that would work.
he's got one like a
But
back scrubber and shit.
I don't think
Next
they want to see me
next life
showering.
he's taking a bath with a rubber duck. Rubber ducky, you're the one. And I bet you he would agree to sing that song with a rubber duck in a bathtub if I would agree to live
Jose's
stream it.
Mr. Car Chase, isn't he? I don't think he'd have a problem with taking a shower in front of
Singing and
people.
dancing is on point. Oh yes, it is.
So Jose, they've been here since 1946, huh?
They're old Martians. They're in the Martian nursing home.
What are they doing really to help us? Because
they have walkers. They have walkers. They're fucking going around with. What happened to Ben? Why did he leave? Then the two of us must. Isn't there another sad Ben song? Isn't there another sad Michael Jackson song? I could do the moonwalk on the moon. Did you know that? I do the Uranus walk. It's kind of like a moonwalk, but it's in a circle. Uranus walk. Oh, he's doing the robot. He's a dancing. He's a dancing machine. Automatic system man. Woo-hoo. He's ready to go.
That's all you get, a Blobby. Eat your heart out.
Let me. Yummy. In 1947 is when they found out they had been here since the dinosaurs.
Oh.
He ain't heavy. He's my brother. Now you know how to see the comments, right?
I do. Now I feel like I'm getting somewhere.
Yeah, you're part of the
no
conversation.
more sneakiness behind my back. People talking smack in the chat, and I can't see it.
Talking shit.
Come on
How
now.
tall are you, Jose?
5'5".
Jose's 5'5"?
No, I don't know.
You guys would look like fucking of mice and men.
Hey, don't pick my little brother.
I'm gonna this little old lady, right? She had a boyfriend. He was wicked tall, and she was like, I mean, she still wore children's clothes. 5'4". That's cute. He'll look like something that fell out of his pocket.
Tom Cruise is 5'5", something like that.
Tom Cruise, I bet he's got a big one.
Tom Cruise is a woman.
I bet you he's got a big one. Personality, smile, I meant.
Yeah, I got nothing wrong with that as long as you don't you haven't portrayed a life where you're pretending to be something else. That's where I have a problem with it. Like I don't care what the
I
hell
like
people.
Tom Cruise. You know why? Not about big ones, because he's, scientific, whatever. I wouldn't date him.
Tom Cruise is
I
a
wouldn't
lady
date
to
him.
begin with. So
I would, Jose says, so do I. Yeah, right.
you think I'm kidding
Anyway,
about stuff? I'm not kidding.
about what?
That's a lady. He's a lady. So is Brad Pitt.
Lady. I'm your knight in shining armor, and I love you. Would you sing for me, Ben?
What do you want me to sing?
Something sexy. No, sir. Just sing something that you're good at.
Yeah, let me see if my throat's all scratchy. Fly me to the moon.
Find a song on the radio and sing to it.
All right, let's see. Aren't you gonna get copyrighted for that though?
Oh, really? Sing for 10 seconds.
5 seconds. I'll give you 5 seconds.
Well, find a song first. Commentary purposes only. Go ahead.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, go ahead, sing it.
All right. It's Billy Idol.
Yeah, when are you gonna do it? This is a good song.
Hold on. I gotta get warmed up here.
Oh, you gotta start singing, buddy, soon. All right, turn it off and then put it back on.
So long. I've been waiting for so long. This day start again. Nice day for a white wedding. All right, there's your 5 seconds. You'll get copyrighted.
Yes, that was. We do not own the rights to that music.
Fair
That was
use.
just a small excerpt of what you can listen to. Is Ben? Let's think.
Fair use. Fair use. That's cool.
How does
You
it
were
start?
like the 7 seconds. You're under.
How does that song start?
With the Billy Idol song.
Yeah, how does
Yeah.
that song start? My favorite Billy Idol song is Moni Moni. I know it's a remake, but here she come now, say Moni Moni. Get laid, get fucked. You know? That one.
I don't think he says that.
Yeah, I know, but you have to yell it out. Here she come. Hey, little sister, who's your only one? Hey, little sister, shotgun. And then there was the other one, dancing with myself, dancing.
You know, he showed up at a bar my sister was in, and he went up and started singing. They got him drunk, and he got up and started singing Billy Idol. Kind of cool.
They
He
Cheap
gave like
Trick
a
did that.
he gave a little performance for everybody just in who happened to be in the bar.
Cheap Trick, Robin Zander and, the guitarist there, what's his name, Bunny or whatever. They showed up at the bar I was hanging out at because they'd done a concert
Cool.
where I live. This was years ago. And the band that was playing was an AC/DC cover band called Touch. And they had just done, I think they had just done A Whole Lot of Rosie. And so then, Cheap Trick, the two members there, go, okay, it's not, it's not a mod, but my comments are. Well, then don't make them explicit, Jose. I don't know. That sounds a logical answer to me. So then, they sang the same song that the band had just finished. Like as if he wanted to see if he could sing it better or something,
Cool.
No, it wasn't cool. That it was stupid. He should have sang a Cheap Trick song. I mean, that, you know what I'm saying?
Sarcasm. Humor's ugly cousin.
I used to love that bar. They knocked it down. It was never the same again after a TB supporter. What's that? Tuberculosis? Mm, I want you to want me. Mommy's alright. Daddy's alright. It just seemed a little weird. The fucking big vape you got there, right? That's what that was.
Yeah, that was definitely a vape for sure.
Vape.
That
No,
wasn't
I
a
used
vape.
to work at a bar and like, a couple of people there would have their vape pens and they would just, oh, goodbye for real. What does that mean? Like not forever, right? Don't say goodbye
I
for
think stuff
real.
before
Just say see you later. Say that.
random person.
What'd you say?
I said bye, random person. Have a nice day.
Uh Mommy's alright. Daddy's alright. I used to
Random
like the,
that Fran cackle for your boyfriend later on. Just
thanks
call
a
him.
lot. Thanks a lot. Oh, Mr. Sheffield. She did have a nice figure though, Fran Drescher.
I'm gonna have to
Her
research.
husband, they were married for a long time, and then as it turned out, he was gay.
Well, I mean, it makes sense if she's a man. I'll look into her.
What do you mean? Why is she a man? People say I remind them of her. That's
Yeah,
fucked up.
you
You're
know what
trying to say, motherfucker.
you know what the
You probably
wow.
believe I'm a man, don't you? Someone told you
No,
that, didn't they? That's
drag
fucked
the
up.
drag
They couldn't keep my
the
secret.
drag queen emulate real ladies. That's what they're doing. So it would make sense. She's
That
doing
I'm a
your
man.
the laugh of a lady. Of course it is. That's not. Have you ever heard a man laugh like that ever? So, but they're acting. They're actors on TV. So what do you expect?
I don't know
That's why
about
they're on
that.
TV because they're a really good actor. Like Sandra Bullock used to open for the Drags in I forget. I think it's like North Carolina, something like that. She used to. That's very suspect. Huh?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good. All right, because
What you
I
got?
had to. Okay, Fran Drescher says gay ex-husband and a friend with benefits keep her happy. I'm not dating. Fran Drescher is single, but don't mistake that for her being lonely. I'm kind of dating myself, and it's going quite well. Uh, I have my gay ex-husband, who I love, and he fulfills a lot of needs. I have someone on the side who is a friend with benefits.
Sounds like she
Uh,
needs like a good girlfriend to go shopping with.
her ex-husband's probably good. Go shopping with. I mean,
You're gonna have to pay me or get me drunk to go shopping.
what?
It's just
No, I could totally see where she's coming from though, because they were. It says they met in high school. They were married when they were 21, long before he came out to her as gay. In the 2 decades since, they've remained close friends and even continue to work together. Jacobson was her co-creator on The Nanny, as well as the hit sitcom Happily Divorced. She went on to marry entrepreneur Shiva or whatever, and they split 2 years later. She's 62 now. She won't name the friend with benefits. They meet up about twice a month. He comes over, we hang out, and we do the hot tub. I make us some food, and we lay in bed. Maybe we watch tennis together, right. Whatever it is, or a movie. We talk, have good conversations. She added that at first we have sex, and it's delightful, and it keeps me going. We're very comfortable with each other. We have our routine, you know. It is what it is, she said.
Great. Good for her.
Good for her. Why you just
I
hate everybody? You
sarcastic.
think everybody is
I don't really
an
give a shit.
you think
Come on.
everybody is an opposite to what they are.
Yeah, they are. It's true.
Everyone's
I
a man.
It's hard to believe, and now it's reversed too.
I have to
It's
go out and come back in.
I won't talk about this while you're gone. I'll talk about my dog who's in that picture. He passed away right after my mom passed away. He hung on for her. He was blind and poor fella, but he stood by her till she was gone, and then he passed away too. And he's staring at a plate of cakes, and I think there's a donut on there and like a Danish. Yeah, I just thought that was a funny picture. So, hello,
Hi. Hi.
hello, Clarice.
I forgot you hate when I do that. Sorry. Don't start that rumor, SG. What's the
What?
rumor?
What's that?
That
Hold
I'm
on.
a man? It wasn't a rumor. I was telling. I was just kidding. I'm not a man. Contrary to what fucking Ben saying.
I don't think you're a man.
Thank God. Thank.
I never thought you were a man ever.
I don't know. You said I had funny hips.
I did not. That's not true at all.
you said I had a figure like Chaz grown up.
I did not. I never said anything of the kind.
I don't know. I'd date Ellen, I think. Well, maybe not now. She seems like she'd be mean to me.
What do you mean, Ellen? As in, like, that's a man or what?
Why would I date her as a man?
You want to date Ellen?
I don't
Uh,
want to.
oh,
I said I would.
God, please help us all.
I didn't say I
No,
wanted to. I have a
no.
crush on her. She does dance good,
Dude, I will
but I
personally
mean,
block
I
that.
feel like
Please.
she'd be dominating.
Oh, no. Ellen
Maybe
used to
I
be really
would
funny.
date
She was
Sandra
funny back.
Bullock.
She was really funny back in the day, back when she was like tomboy.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
she's really funny. She was
she
absolutely.
was really funny, but and she was sweet too. Like she was still like had like a nice to her, and then she just became just a sour apple. Just obvious.
Well, I think that was when everybody started giving her a hard time.
No, it's
And you
like
know, I
she was
think a
doing
lot of
like
that time when they give them a hard time, it's because they won't join the Church of Scientology.
yeah, no, she's
I think they do that to Hollywood stars. I'm sorry, I just do.
did you see what
Look at
happened to
Tom Cruise. He doesn't even age.
no, she does. Did you see what happens when they stop taking that adrenochrome or whatever it is? Same with the other one, the redheaded comedian. Oh man, they turn into a raisin. And
Oh
the man,
yeah, they ruin them. They ruin them.
well, no, that they're taking some kind of drug that
No, 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 no. I mean,
yeah
their careers get ruined. Look at Randy Quaid. Was it Randy Quaid? Yeah, because Dennis Quaid is the one that was married to Meg Ryan.
yeah
But Randy Quaid, his brother, the one that was in the vacation movies. I mean, and like that doesn't even make sense. Did you hear about him? What happened?
yeah yeah
What?
yeah. He said that they were trying to kill him or whatever, and they took away
Yeah,
his house.
right.
Yeah yeah yeah.
Look at Brittany Murphy.
Oh sure, I think they were taking him out there for a bit, and then it became too obvious that they were doing it. So maybe good job by him making bringing some awareness to that they were dropping like flies, you know. But
Well,
they were
look
evil.
at Brittany Murphy. They
Yeah.
literally blamed her death on an iron deficiency because of her period, and then her husband dies 6 months later in the same shower in the same house and they say it's a lack of iron as well. He doesn't get a period.
Now I think they're into some stuff, you know. I think she probably
Yeah,
hoping.
she was set. She was supposed to be testifying at a trial.
Oh, really? Hmm.
Yeah, Brittany Murphy. Yeah,
Oh,
for her friend. That I'm gonna look it up. So after I read it out, then I'll have to go out and come back in. So stay right here. I mean, I can still hear you, so I'm just gonna
okay.
look it up. I
Uh,
loved Brittany Murphy.
yeah, you brought her up a couple times. Yeah,
I
she was.
did.
I think she was probably cool. You know, she seemed
Did you
fun.
see Clueless?
Yeah, out of
I loved
all the
her in
bunch,
Clueless.
she seemed fun. She'd be somebody I'd chill with. She's a fun one.
Yeah.
You know, they get kind of full of themselves. You know, the ones that they get a lot of attention. Um, you know, you can't even compete there. You know, like I could be friends with somebody, and all of a sudden that there's everybody and their brother is there. You know,
But she's so, I loved her. Did you? Okay. Okay. So she
trying to
was
block
born,
me.
okay. I'm trying to get to her mother never, let's see. Career, um, Canada first time Howard. That she did a lot of work, man. She was in a lot of movies. Remember that movie with Michael Douglas, Don't Say a Word? It was like a thriller, and she would be moving her finger like in the commercial for it on TV, and she was going, "I'll never tell." Like it was weird. Remember that one? She did
Hmm.
Uptown Girls. I love that one. So then I want to find where death. Okay, at 8 a.m. on December 20th, 2009, the Los Angeles Fire Department responded to a medical request at the Los Angeles home Murphy and Monjack shared. She had apparently collapsed in the bathroom. Firefighters attempted to resuscitate Murphy on the scene. She died at 10:04 after going into cardiac arrest. Shortly after her death, the assistant chief coroner said it appears to be natural. An autopsy was performed the day after she died. Her death certificate lists the cause of death as deferred. What's that mean? Deferred.
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe they didn't know at the time.
On February 4th, 2010, the Los Angeles County coroner stated that the primary cause of Murphy's death was pneumonia with secondary factors of iron deficiency, anemia, and multiple drug intoxication. On February 25th, 2010, the coroner released a report stating that Murphy had been taking a range of over the counter and prescription medications, with the most likely reason being to treat a cold or respiratory infection. These include elevated levels of hydrocodone, acetaminophen. So it was all this aspirin and stuff, but they made it sound like it was drugs or something.
Oh
All
no,
of the drugs were
speedball.
legal.
It's a speedball. So I mean,
No, no,
whether that.
no. All of the drugs were legal, and the death was ruled to be an accident. But the report observed the possible adverse physiological
Well,
effects.
speedball up and down at the same time. That can just give you a stroke, heart attack right there.
Yeah, but
So
a speedball is drug.
right, it doesn't have to be. A speedball is like an upper and a downer. You
Yeah,
know, whether
but no, but she wasn't doing drugs. She was taking a bunch of cold medicine.
well, I mean, drugs. What's drugs? What's the
So she had like a cold or something. But listen to this. On May 23rd, 2010, her widower, Simon Monjack, was
very
found
strange,
dead was
strange guy?
found dead at the same Hollywood Hills residence. In July 2010, the chief coroner stated that the cause of his death was severe anemia with acute pneumonia. They had considered maybe toxic mold in the house as a possible cause of the death. but this was dismissed by Ed Winter, who stated that there were no indicators that mold was a factor. Murphy's mother, Sharon, I always wondered if she didn't do it, described the reports of mold contributing to the death because all of the medication had her name on death as absurd, and went on to state that inspecting the home for mold was never requested by the health department. In December 2011, Sharon Murphy changed her stance, announcing that toxic mold was indeed what killed her daughter's son-in-law, and filed a lawsuit against the attorneys who represented her in an earlier suit against the builders of the home. Were her wow, she's just looking for money, huh? On
Yeah.
January 11, 2012, her father, Angelo Bertolotti, applied to the Superior Court of California requesting that the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office be required to hand over samples of his daughter's hair for independent testing. The suit was dismissed on July 19, 2012, after he failed to attend two separate hearings.
All right. Well,
In
here, hold on.
November,
Wait.
huh?
How about
What?
this? How about this? The husband, or had something to do with her. Supposedly, I'm just gonna. This is just a theory. I don't know.
Yeah.
But let's say he had something to do with it, and then he either felt so much guilt or whatever afterwards that he just aced himself out eventually, or uh, you know, they knew that he took her out by giving her lots of stuff and allowing her access, enabler, right? Allowing her access to a lot of things, whether it's in her name or not. Um, and they allowed her to live that life and didn't intervene with it at all. I mean, you saw what happened to me. I mean, I tried to intervene and all hell broke loose. I tried to get in between an old friend of mine and some drugs, and oh my God, 10 people against me. You know, so
Yeah.
that's a hard go. You know,
Right. Well,
you're
listen
risking
to this.
life.
This is the government, the whistleblower, and the Hollywood starlet. Why a new documentary blames the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for Brittany Murphy's death. When Brittany Murphy died back in 2009, many believe the actress's abuse of prescription drugs and historic eating disorders were to blame. But now a controversial documentary claims her demise was far more sinister. When Brittany Murphy died, continuing, top
Oh,
priority,
there you go.
the top priority, the terror within, tells the alleged true story of how Brittany was caught up in and this is true. I was all over the news when she first died. I was caught up in a government plot against a national security whistleblower. Another conspiracy theory you may think. But after speaking to the whistleblower and filmmaker Julia Davis, the accusation does not seem so outlandish. According to Julia, Brittany defended her, the woman, from false allegations and intends to keep doing the same for her even in death. Brittany was neither paranoid nor a drug abuser, but was branded as such simply because her friends and industry contacts couldn't believe the magnitude of retaliation the couple were facing. That okay, so like many, I was shocked to hear of her death at such a young age, especially as 2 months after announcing the cause of her death, the coroner changed his mind and blah blah. Okay, so then her husband dies, right? And so get this. Celebrity blogger Perez Hilton said it came as no surprise, and only a month before making this statement, he predicted that she would be the next big Hollywood death on a U.S. radio show. Wow, that's weird, huh? Are you there?
Yeah, that guy, get him out of here.
I know, but still, if he did say that somewhere, then, In 2011, Brittany's mother, Sharon Murphy, was unhappy with the coroner's report and wanted a better explanation. Okay, so she's going on about the mold. Okay. Um, However, the documentary points the finger at a far greater power at U.S. government spooks who allegedly targeted Murphy and her husband. The film reveals that Murphy and Monjack were on the U.S. Department of Homeland Security watch list. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement were trying to kick her screenwriter husband out of the country. Monjack was arrested over an expired visa, a ruthless tactic to intimidate Murphy after she spoke out in defense of Julia Davis, a former Customs and Border Protection agent. Brittany and her husband Simon didn't deserve to be terrorized by the Department of Homeland Security for standing up to defend me. The former enforcement officer was suing the government for wrongful imprisonment, and according to the film, Homeland Security falsely claimed that the statement given by Murphy supported their allegations against Davis. Davis's husband, who co-produced the documentary, says that their actress friend was completely taken aback by the department's deceit and hit back against their lies by issuing a sworn statement through her attorney. But BJ says that Brittany's life was never the same, and from then on, she placed herself in the crosshairs of Julia's attackers. The film isn't the first to note that the couple's fear of being under government watch. American journalist Alex Ben Block said that Simon Monjack told them they were under surveillance by helicopters and their phone was bugged. And within days of sharing his worries, on December 21st, Brittany Murphy was dead. She was found unconscious in her bathroom by her mother, who called an okay. So, in a bid to find the truth about this star's death, the father had paid for her hair samples, and he blah blah blah. However, fresh and get okay. So, but let's go to the beginning. In 2004, when Homeland Security branded Davis a domestic terrorist, that's Brittany Murphy's friend. Okay, you there?
Yes.
Okay. They had branded her a domestic terrorist because she accused government officials of breaching national security. She had discovered that 23 foreigners from terrorist countries had been allowed onto U.S. soil the same day Osama bin Laden had planned terrorist attacks on America. After Julia Davis highlighted the security breach in a report to her supervisors, the film claims Homeland Security took hostile action against Davis, her family, and friends. This including a staggering 54 investigations leading to 2 malicious prosecutions, 2 false imprisonments, and a Black Hawk helicopter raid on her home that involved 27 Homeland Security agents and 1 U.S. Marshal. Shockingly, the film says the hush hush tactics and the attack on Julia Davis, her family, and Hollywood friends took more military manpower than the assassination of bin Laden. Luckily for Davis, she was finally cleared of all accusations in 2010, but not content, she decided to tell her story by writing and producing the film that made sure these monsters didn't get away with their crimes. The film's director says that when he met Julia Davis, he knew the incredible true story had to be told. He found it shocking that so many government officials and citizens were willing to accept corruption as the normal way of life. He now claims he and his family are being targeted by Homeland Security. He says officials have raided their business. Um, Remarkably,
Right.
Julia Davis is still under surveillance, saying her bank accounts are levied on special dates.
Yeah. Hello. And we lost her. Hello. Hello.
Hi, talking with Tony D. Oh, turn that off. How long you had that on?
Fair use.
Yeah, not bad. That was copy. I mean, disclaimer: we do not own the rights to that music, and it was just for commentary purposes only. Beautiful song. Mm-hmm. Oh, Tommy. Yeah.
I
So
escaped. I I got out.
crazy
That
though,
song is a
right?
trooper.
About Brittany Murphy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
There's
mean,
craziness around all of them. It's that's the game. I mean, that's the game going all the way up too. It's not just out in Hollywood. It goes into it's all the way. This whole place is run by that same weirdness. The whole
I mean,
thing.
here's the thing too. You see like a Black Hawk, a helicopter coming down
Yeah.
and 27, Homeland Security agents busting into your neighbor's home. And even when it's found out to be for nothing, right? Those neighbors aren't gonna fucking defend you because then they're scared. Because you don't know what else, like how she said her bank account got leaving. I mean, it's scary. People
Yeah.
are scared. I think we were right when we
Yeah.
were talking about the roads paved with gold, and that whole
Yes.
1% is the 144,000 or something. Like it's there,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. I
it's
was
not
thinking
there.
of, that was a good thing that we were talking about. I think we were onto something. Like something inside of me was like, "Whoa, wait a second." That was like you pointed out the inverse of what I thought. What everybody probably thinks, like the 144,000 or like I never
Yeah,
had thought of that. That's them. That they're
yeah,
talking
because it was
about
so
themselves.
hard to accept. Like, oh man, 140. That's so hard to accept. But then now it kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's them. They're talking about
Especially with
themselves
the
as.
street paved of gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. I think
Yeah.
that you're definitely onto something there. That's genius. That is genius, Survivor. Really good stuff.
Thank you.
Because of
Thank
all the
you.
thoughts I've had, I never, I know they invert stuff. So then, why wouldn't their stories and everything that in history just start going back into that and invert it too? Just think about it the opposite way, and then think about it as you're thinking something's good and it's actually evil. So they're like,
Yeah.
hey, dinosaurs, but dinosaurs are actually like dragons that used to eat people, and they were terrible.
And
So
then it's like
but
I always thought about how on page 5 of the New Testament, right? In Matthew, in the book of Matthew, it says you don't have to go to church to pray,
yeah.
and to
So
prove to
everybody
me that
likes
you
Matthew
you
for
know
some reason. I've heard a lot of people use stuff from Matthew here in the last 2 years. There's a lot of people who like that. They're drawn to that for some reason.
No,
That
but
must be
here's the
some truth.
thing. This
There
is
must be a
why.
lot of
Is
truth.
because it's, for one thing, it's the first book of the New Testament. So you would read that one first, right? If you were right. But the ones that go to church and they have that book sitting right in front of them, and they'll go to church on Ash Wednesday and they get ash put on their head. And in Matthew it says, "Don't get ash put on your head. It's the mark of a hypocrite." And then God knows that you didn't even read past page 5. So it's good that
Ah,
the people that you're talking to are even talking about reading, any of it. But the ones that are sitting in church and getting the
I think it's
ash
Matthew
on their
11.
head.
Look at Matthew 11:7, I think.
Hmm.
That has the angel numbers in it too. So I think it's Matthew 11:7.
How weird was that too last night? That Ranch 6666.
What is that? Ranch.
Remember you were talking about the
Oh,
Marlboro Man?
yeah, yeah, yeah. You can always. It's always in the numbers. It's so obvious. Like that's not like, whoa, they do that on purpose. It's on purpose. It's just it's whether or not you know about it. So it's good. It's good that
No, but
other
I
people.
mean, that's something evil.
Oh, definitely. All those ranches, those
Yeah, the
ranches. There's
ranches, because they own
it's
so
going.
much.
Isn't there another? There's some other ranch where a bunch of people went missing. That's real. Everybody talks about, and there's supposedly some alien activity out there or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who's
All
that guy who
right,
used to do
so,
the coast to coast radio show? What's his name? He passed away. Coast to coast with, and he used to do an overnight
oh,
alien
Art
show.
Bell? Is that who it is? Art Bell?
Art, oh, yeah, Art Bell, bad, bad, bad. I know everyone's
Yeah,
gonna
we
hate
should
me
do
for
some
this, but
shows on him, huh?
yeah, he's bad, bad, bad guy.
Yeah, we
Not
should.
good. Everyone
Okay,
likes him,
so
and my grandmother
Matthew.
listened to him.
So Matthew, right? Okay. Matthew seems to
Yeah.
emphasize that the Jewish tradition should not be lost in a church that was increasingly becoming Gentile. The gospel reflects the struggles and conflicts between the evangelist community and the other Jews, particularly with its sharp criticism of the scribes and the Pharisees, with the position that through their rejection of Christ, the kingdom of God has been taken away from them and given instead to the church. Isn't that something?
Okay, so you see Matthew 11:7 is well, I just looked it up. So it's let me see. Now, depending on what Bible you're reading it from, so everybody just go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Let me look it up. Hold on. I goggled it.
it's this. This is at the University of Michigan Ann Arbor Library. Wow, if I lived in Michigan, I would go and just if that's like on display, I doubt it, but
I'm trying to find with the reading from it. So,
read it.
I know I'm trying to find it. They keep having to sending me to where I have to do sign
Get
up for
this.
some Bible.
In German
Bible.
language. Those Germans were around all the time.
You know about the Tartarians? You should look up Tartaria. Some good
Mm-mm.
stuff. That's really interesting. Yeah, you could spend the whole day looking at that. You'd really like that, Tracy. The Tartarians.
Really?
Yeah, look that up.
It's
I keep
like there's
looking to see
always
if.
been a battle between good and evil, I'll tell ya.
Yes, ma'am. That's it. That's the only battle.
Yeah, yeah. Look at this. Because listen to this. Have you ever heard of this? The Q store.
Oh, I got it. I found it.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead.
No, you go first.
You want me to read it? Okay. Okay, so Matthew 11:7, 15. So 7, it starts on 7. And as they departed, Jesus began to say into the multitudes concerning John, what went ye out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken with the wind, but went ye out for the sea? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, that wear soft clothing are in
Is
kings'
this James?
houses.
Is this James King James Bible?
Oh, yeah, see, this is the thing. That's where we're going to
I
get
don't
into.
like
Yeah,
King
it is.
James. Do a different one.
I know. Yeah, King James is terrible. Absolutely. And but they butchered a lot of all of them. So yeah, but yeah. So it's the one that has, here's the 11:7. Verily I say unto you, among them that are born of women, there hath not risen a greater than John the Baptist. Notwithstanding, he is that is least in the kingdom of heaven, is greater than he.
They're eating him. They ate him. I'm telling you right now. That's what I
They
believe.
ate John.
I believe, yes, I believe that when Jesus, fed the masses, with that bread and stuff, and that they had watered down John the Baptist because he had just been beheaded. It appeared that's why they'll call it the Eucharist, right? Because
Oh
I'm telling
man,
you, I
are they drinking
believe,
blood? Oh no,
huh?
it's not wine at all. Oh, this is gonna get blasphemous to those people who think I'm being blasphemous. I'm not. Um, but maybe just throw this out there. Maybe those cups are not filled with wine. Maybe that's blood, right? Blood from what, John, right? I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, and the big right
It's
then,
tough.
and then they carried that on. They've been doing this human sacrifice and those wafers and stuff, and that's why when they're saying it's symbolic, but it isn't, because John the Baptist was the one who was from, like this you just read exactly is from what I what I understood. John the Baptist was the one that was, and then they beheaded him, and the next thing they're all eating.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I think it needs
yeah.
to be looked into. They block it by saying, "Oh, you're being blasphemous" or whatever, and you know, I don't think so. I really don't think so.
I don't think so
You know,
either.
you can say what you want. I don't feel like I'm condemned as a human being. I'm pretty good. I know that. I know that about myself. I don't do bad stuff. So, you can say whatever you want. I'm allowed to ask the questions I want to ask, I have faith in things. It doesn't mean I'm not going to ask questions, you know? And those
Yeah,
questions they might go real, strange, because that's the way it is. We've had to figure out that stuff is actually really strange. That's the truth. But it's like nobody wants to touch that because it's like, oh man, that's too weird for that ever to be true. Not really. Really? Because
yeah.
come to find out, you know, that is what's true, is the weird stuff. And I think once we figure
Holy
that out, we
Spirit
stop
and fire.
that whole. Right. Well,
I
isn't like
wonder.
Christmas? Isn't that like Satan? Satan, we're celebrating
Yeah, that's
Satan
what I'm
actually at
thinking.
Christmas.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking. That John the Baptist was the one that was put here, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, repent for the kingdom of heaven has come near. This is he who was spoken through the prophet of Isaiah, just like you were saying. John's clothes were made of camel hair, and he had a leather belt around his waist. His food was locusts and wild honey. People went out to him from Jerusalem and all Judea and the whole, confessing their sins, and were baptized by him in the Jordan River. But when he saw many of the coming to where he was baptizing, he said, "You brood of vipers, who warned you to flee from the coming wrath?" So what that is save your ass. So they knew that, you know, something was going to occur, that those people who hadn't run and got baptized quick might be thrown into hell if there was such a place. Like they started to worry about what was going to happen because they knew he was going to get killed, and they knew Jesus.
Maybe
They
he was
knew all that
showing
stuff.
them the waters that replenish, and see how the stories get all twisted up. So maybe
Huh?
he brought them to the waters that replenish you, like the Holy Grail. And so you know how they change all the stories. This is off the top of my head. I'm just thinking. And so maybe what John did was show them where the magical waters were. And so people, when he
No,
brought them
no,
down
he was
the water,
already there, and people would come
okay,
to him to confess their sins, and
okay,
they, he would. This is the what I think with that. I think that when people would say born again, right?
right.
That
Get what I'm
that
that replenish waters, right? So you're born again. Your body it gets
no, it's the
replenished, right? I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there too. Uh oh, the sound of silence. I'm just throwing ideas out there. Don't nobody freak out. Bye, Pink.
can you?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, all right, good, okay. Um, I think when you go to, say you're like, I don't care if I live or die, not you, but somebody who's like searching like for Jesus or some reason, and then somebody is holding you down in water and your body struggles to come up and breathe, makes you realize how much you really do want to live. You
Maybe.
know,
I don't know if it's that extreme. I think there's more. I think it's more magic and nice than that. I think that's the way they
it
would want.
is, but you know,
I mean, if you, that's true though. I will give you that because if you've ever like had like a, you've been, I've had the wind knocked out of me like several times, and that's scary. You can't breathe. And then when you come back, you're just happy to be alive. I mean, there's a million different examples of that. Like you almost get hit by a car, you almost fall off of something. That same panic or that juice shoots through your body. It's the same thing, and then you're just
right?
kind
The
of
panic, yeah,
relieved.
the will to live, the desire to
Yeah,
live. Yeah, yeah. So get
sure,
this.
sure, sure.
So get this. Um, produce fruit. Keep with repentance. Okay. We have Abraham. Okay. Forget this. I so John the Baptist says, "I baptize you with water for repentance, but after me comes one who is more powerful than I, whose sandals I am not worthy to carry. He will baptize you with Holy Spirit and fire. His winnowing fork is in his hand, and he will clear his threshing floor, gathering his wheat into the barn and burning up the chaff with unquenchable fire." Then Jesus came from Galilee to the Jordan to be baptized by John. Now, we all hear the story of, Jesus getting baptized by John, but we don't hear this part. I think that was almost like the kiss of death. Like when Judas went up to Jesus and kissed him, that's when the soldiers that were in disguise, so that Jesus wouldn't know that Judas had brought the soldiers there to see who he was, so he didn't have to point him out and stuff. He went up to him and kissed him, and that's the kiss of death. That's how they knew who Jesus was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I think Jesus did to John the Baptist. Because he goes, then Jesus came to be baptized by John. But John tried to deter him and said, "No, I need to be baptized by you. And do you come to me?" See, he wanted, he knew. Whoever does that is going to be the one
Yeah.
that they kill. Yep. And
Yeah.
Jesus replied, "Let it be so now. It is proper for us to do this to fulfill all righteousness." And then John consented. He knew. As soon as Jesus was baptized, he went up out of the water. At that moment, heaven was opened, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove, yeah, right, and alighting on him. And a voice from heaven said, "This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased." That's such a lie. They set him up. They set
Wow, you got
John
an
the Baptist
interesting take
up.
on stuff. That's interesting. You got a good. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah,
very
they set him
interesting.
up. They set him up. I can't get
Yeah,
over
would
that.
believe that. Yeah, I'd
Huh?
believe that. Just in my experience in life, like in knowing. Yeah, I'd believe that. Yeah, evil
Yeah,
doesn't like good at all. No way. No way.
yeah.
No.
So he goes, so John the Baptist in prison. All right. Their deputation to meet with Jesus is recounted after the baptism of Jesus. When John is in prison in the fort of Machaerus and hears the work performed by Jesus, he seeks confirmation as to whether Jesus is the prophesied Messiah of the Old Testament. John sends two of his disciples as messengers to ask the question from Jesus: "Are you the one to come after me, or shall we wait for another?" Jesus replied back to John through the messengers to take note of all the miraculous works he has done as described in Luke. When John heard in prison what Christ was doing, he sent his disciples to ask him, "Are you the okay? Go back and report to John what you hear and see. The blind receive sight, the lame walk, and those who have leprosy are cured." Uh, so they pretty much basically probably set up one of those like basically like a traveling evangelist show where
Yeah.
they're doing those healing sermons and making it the most extravagant, not so they weren't people weren't having to go to him like they were to John the Baptist, but that was the point of the River Jordan was significant to be baptized in. So when people would go to him, he was the holy one. But Jesus was like covering his ass with that baptism. No Jew would get baptized.
Hmm.
And the baptism, I don't think it had to do with a religious thing. I think it had to do with showing somebody that their will to live. Like they're gonna hold you down, right? And if you don't fight, of course they're gonna take their hand off and be like, okay, you need a little more help from us, and probably take you under their wing and make sure you don't kill yourself. But if you do fight, then there you do. There you have it. That's the power of the Lord because that's your will to survive that you didn't know you had. You didn't even think you wanted to live until somebody was trying to drown you.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about
Well,
all.
that's it's no, it's a proven scientific fact. It's called the dive effect,
Right, right, right.
and
I know the chemical thing. I know about that. Yeah, absolutely. First-hand knowledge of it. Absolutely. But you,
hmm
but I think you're like when I was just use myself because I can't speak for anyone else. So how about that? So then
yep,
then nobody can say anything. So when I was small, I was very sick. I was in the hospital. I can remember where I was very little, most people can't remember when they're that little, and then there's a gap, and then I can't remember stuff, but I can remember little bits and pieces when I was really sick, and I all I wanted to do was be around my family, so my will to live was there. Like I'm thinking about it, like I wanted to live, I wanted to. I think most people are born like with like some enthusiasm. I think that's why they give people like an instrument when they're little and they get really good at it, or if they're not forced to do things, then if they brought out the creativity or handed things like a ball of clay and then just said make whatever you want or draw whatever picture you want to draw. I think the enthusiasm is there. I think we're born with that. So I think people's will to live is there. It's just forgotten as you get
it's
older. Like because
forgotten. Yeah,
well, they've made
yeah.
this world. They've made the world such a backwards, rough and tumble place that you kind of as you get it's like oh man, what happened? But you still have it. Everybody still has it. Maybe that's what and then just the
Well, that's
reminder.
probably what the born again is like.
Yeah,
You know,
sure, sure, sure. I
part
agree.
about it. Yeah, and I think that I think that Christ. Oh my God, I can't even um believe that we're figuring out the whole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. Well, somebody's got to do it. I mean, I think everybody's kind of into it right now. I mean, really trying to figure out because we know that what they say about like the history is like his story or whatever.
Yeah,
That's not.
that sounds good. Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard that. So everything is kind of made up. Our
yeah.
history is not what we've been told. Absolutely, everyone knows that at this point. Or most people are getting to have a little bit of knowledge of that. That it's not what we've been told at all. You know, so I
No.
mean, check out. They got the. I mean, I don't know what's in the pyramids, but they've got like pictures of airplanes and stuff like drawn on the walls in the pyramids, and That's way back apparently.
Um,
I mean, that could just be hocus pocus stuff too, but you know,
no, but get this. You know how in Rome and stuff they wanted to basically be the Holy Roman Empire.
yeah,
They weren't thinking about heaven as being another place. They were thinking that their Holy Roman Empire was heaven. So when they were taking things like tithes and stuff, the church, you have to give part of when they were taking that to build their empire, their Holy Roman Empire, just like the Vatican. So listen to this, okay? So he goes, you remember I said when John was in prison and then he sent disciples to ask him, are you the, should we, and he goes, Jesus, Jesus said, tell him the leprosy, because, like a traveling evangelist healing thing, right?
right.
And says, as John's disciples were leaving, Jesus began to speak to the crowd about John. What did you go out into the wilderness to see? A reed swayed by the wind? If not, what did you go out to see? A man dressed in fine clothes? No. Those who wear fine clothes are in king's palaces. Then what did you go out to see? A prophet? Yes, I tell you, and more than a prophet. This is the one about whom it is written, I will send my messenger ahead of you, who will prepare your way before you. So I think basically when they had already started rewriting shit saying this person is gonna, well, maybe, the Old Testament was probably saying there'd be someone come who would be deceptive. They referred to him as like a magician, but I think he was a twin myself.
He was a what?
Like a twin. I think they were both twins,
Who?
you know.
Jesus and
And I almost, yeah, because they said the other one you said was very hair. We'll get to that in a different time. Because truly, I tell you, among those born of women, there has not risen anyone greater than John the Baptist. Yet, whoever is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. Whoever is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. So basically, what he's saying is that in their kingdom of heaven that's paved with gold, even the lowliest person there who makes it, who's rich enough or, whatever to reside
gold.
there.
I think you're on to something with the twin thing too. The
Yeah,
yes, absolutely, because the so-called elites, we'll call them, they have the twin action thing going all the time,
yeah, they're always fascinated with it. Yep. So that they
and
could probably use
lots
the
of like,
one person to do, there's two people, they can have them,
yeah,
yeah. There's
something there,
so
definitely something there.
from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has been subjected to violence, and violent people have been reigning it. For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John. And if you are willing to accept it, he is the Elijah who is come. Whoever has ears, let them hear. So what I'm thinking is that they knew they were conning them, because he goes on to this. To what can I compare this generation? They are like children sitting in the
Yeah,
marketplaces and
they're
calling
do,
out to others.
they're doing the same thing now that they were then.
Yep,
Okay,
yep,
so
they
wait.
are.
I
Exactly.
got something very very relevant. So
Yep, absolutely.
do you
They
know the
said when we played the pipes for
violence,
you, when and
the
you did,
co-violence on right
we
now?
sang a surge and you did not mourn. For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they said, he's a demon. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say he is a glutton and a drunkard. a
Tracy,
friend of tax collectors and sinners. Yep,
listen to this. Okay,
yep,
so I got reminded of this one again. I heard this one earlier, way early on when this first started. Uh, and I just heard it again last night, and it resonates with me, and I think you will too. Okay,
yep.
so the Cove Island, because we can't say, what
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah, yeah. Okay.
but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so that
yeah.
is code for conquer and divide.
Could be. Yeah,
See the CO,
yeah. Could
see
be.
the initials there? See the, so conquer and divide.
I do, but I don't want to. I don't want all of our good talk to be
No, 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 no,
in
no, no,
jeopardy
no, no,
because of
no, no,
that.
no. I'm just saying the same thing that they were doing then by messing with people, they're doing now.
Yeah,
Doing
not
it.
only with that though, but I mean with even stuff on TV or with the internet bullying.
I'm just
People
saying the
don't
big
mourn.
that's on
The
right
people
now.
don't mourn.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Fair use. I'm allowed to say whatever.
And so
Freedom of.
listen to this. So listen, okay?
Yep.
So get this. Then Jesus began to denounce the towns in which most of his miracles had been performed because they did not repent. Wow. Woe to you, Choraz or whatever. Woe to you, Bethsaida. For if the miracles that were performed in you had been performed in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I tell you, it will be more bearable for them on the day of judgment than for you. And you, Capernaum, will you be lifted to the heavens? No, you will go down to hell. For if the miracles that were performed, if you had been performed, if they had been performed in Sodom, it would have remained to this day. But I tell you that it would be more bearable for Sodom on the day of judgment than for you. Wow.
Mm.
So basically, pedophiles, sodomy, that's
Yep.
what Sodom was.
Yep. That's what I
Will,
thought.
oh my God.
Yeah.
This is all in Matthew. And these
Yeah.
people that were all going to church and doing all this stuff couldn't read past that first book. And all those, holy people walking around with their basket, their collection basket, are laughing, thinking to themselves, right there in Matthew, it tells you got to do this shit. And they knew they had a church full of lambs.
Yeah. I think it's all
Yeah,
twisted. Yeah. So you can decipher it because they use it, but you have to know how to look at it. So like what you're doing is probably what how they the hidden knowledge that we don't know is that we have to try and figure out what all this twisted, how they've twisted it all around, you know. So
I'm
yeah,
pretty good, huh?
yeah, you are. It's impressive.
Pretty good.
Good stuff.
Says, because you have hidden these things from the wise and learned to reveal it. All things have been committed to me by my Father. No one knows the Son except the Father. No one knows the Father except the Son, and those to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. So I'm thinking that basically that after they killed John the Baptist, they knew that was prepare the way for John the Baptist. Okay, so that was it. He was the messenger
Yeah,
to prepare my way.
you
Yeah,
should write all this down. Write it down.
I I
You'll
have to go
figure it.
out and I'll come right back in. Okay,
Okay.
I'll come right back. Okay.
How you doing, Jose? You okay? Hope you're doing all right, buddy. Broski, broski. Hope everybody's doing all right. Don't go nowhere. And I don't mean just not leave this show. Just stick around.
Samantha. Hello, everyone. Yeah.
Hello.
For Jose, he's been here. Bye, Pink. Sorry. Um, Hi, Samantha. Yeah, but the only thing is, like, with all that, stuff that makes so much sense is that what sucks is uh that then now what do we believe in? Because if the Bible is really about their heaven and their what's prepared for them, then
Well, sure, but I mean, I think that's all a deception, and then that's their own belief because they believe what do as thou wilt, right? That's their belief. That's a satanic belief. Do as they want, right? So run around, do whatever the hell you want, right? That's what they, Whereas the real code is that things are kind of set in stone. I can't fly. Can you fly? There are
no,
things that are set, like like we have to breathe air to live. That's set. There is no do as thou. Hey, I'm not going to not breathe anymore and still walk around as a human being. That's not happening. So there are things
right,
that are. So that's like the God stuff. Is that the things that are set, like, and so anything that they're twisting as to not being set, like AKA Mandela effect, which is total bull maloney, and like I don't think things switch like that. That would be way confusing, and I don't think, just my opinion, throwing it out there, that God's a confuser. I don't think that's the point of being here, is to be confused. That's why they gave and separated all the languages and made everybody into different races or whatever. We used to all be the same people, and everybody spoke the same thing. And I think people were very knowledgeable back in the. I think they had incredible technology. Um, you know,
yeah,
there's lots of evidence of it. There's lots of evidence of it. Like that people were. I mean, the Native Americans know. They know. I would say their belief system is closer to the what's what. Uh,
So, have you ever heard of the Book of the Dead? The Book of the Dead.
that sounds familiar, but yeah, remind me. I don't know. Yeah.
So it's an ancient. So this, I wonder if it isn't all about also like what you were saying, uh, them trying to figure out eternal life. They want to figure out how, after they've amassed all this wealth, how can they get eternal life and enjoy it? You know,
Well, I think they
and
knew. I think they knew the stories of like Noah and all of that. And Noah was apparently like 25 feet tall and lived for 900 years.
no, no, I think it's deeper than that. Listen to this. The Book of the Dead is an ancient Egyptian funerary text, generally written on papyrus and used from the beginning of the New Kingdom around 1550 BC.
Right. What I'm saying is relevant because the pyramids are huge and they were built by bigger people. But anyway.
Right, but there was the Egyptian, and there was the Holy Roman Empire. So you got Caesar on one end, and then you got Cleopatra, who fucks around with Caesar,
Huge doorway,
right?
by the way, in Rome. Big archways, huge archways. Why would you have such big archways if people weren't big? Why are the steps
Hmm.
so big? Why are the ancient steps so big? You know? Anyway.
Because it was grandeur. You know what I mean? It was,
It was
a lot of
grandeur.
it too had to do with the Masons, like you were saying, that they were building brick. Everything was brick. Everything was brick. So they made a lot of money.
I also think
And
they've slowly
yeah,
been taking the giants down and out because they were descendants of the giants were direct descendants of very good. Do you know? I think the Giants. You see how they twist stuff, and they're like he, fee,
well,
fi, fo.
yeah, they said that the
Giants eat.
gods would mate with
Yeah,
women. So
twisted.
probably,
Giants were
I
helpful.
wonder if the Egyptians. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes.
wonder if, because okay, so the pyramid text are the oldest ancient funerary texts dating to the late Old Kingdom. Written in Old Egyptian, they're carved into the subterranean wall. That's why the pyramids were so important. And the sarcophagi of pyramids at whatever at the end of the fifth dynasty throughout the sixth dynasty. Okay, the oldest of the texts have been dated to 2400 to 2300 BC. Unlike the later coffin texts and Book of the Dead, the pyramid texts were reserved only for the pharaoh and were not illustrated. So the pharaoh, and they were always trying to figure out how to get. So the use and the occurrence of the pyramid text changed between the old and middle. Okay, all right, found in the pyramids of this, the history and the discovery. I want to find out why they were doing it. The burial chamber, things on his deathbed. I've never seen a pyramid whose underground rooms had hieroglyphs on their walls. More
Okay,
texts were found in each of the pyramids.
right. And they were doing some kind of energy thing with those pyramids because
Yeah, spells.
they had big rooms, and then they had water in them. They were doing something there. And then also when they go back into those, they got to be very careful because the air in there is
Like you
super
can die.
poisonous.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And so it's very closed in. Whatever they were doing there, they had it secured, and it still holds to that a little bit. That's why it's so toxic down there. Like it holds whatever they were doing. They knew what they were doing, and then now it's been ruined. I think they messed it all up. But if you notice, like there's a guy who's in charge. There've been a couple of guys who've been in charge of all the like Egyptian stuff, and they come in very quickly, and just yeah, okay, yeah, come in and tell a different story of what actually they think, and
No, tell me. Go ahead.
oh no, they got the archaeologist or whatever that's in charge, the head guy out there, and of course this guy's a super scumbag, and they they got him too, they blackmail all these guys that work for them. So, he's got artifacts that they probably allowed him to take from that place, and then they turn around and say he took them. You know what I mean? So then
Yeah.
to make him look bad, to discredit him, in case he ever did come out and say a little bit of some of the truths that he knew about that, then they'd kill him after that. But you know, and just in case, just to keep him from talking here for a little bit, they got him. They can put him in jail or whatever, and say he was stealing ancient artifacts or whatever. But they got him right now, so he tells their story, their deceptive story. They've got that all kind of covered out there. I don't know what that is, but yeah.
So this says the ancient Egyptian conception of the soul. The ancient Egyptians believed that the soul was made up of many parts. In addition to these components of the soul, there was the human body. That's the sum of bodily parts. According to ancient Egyptian creation, the god Atum created the world out of chaos, utilizing his own magic. Because the earth was created with magic, Egyptians believed that the world was imbued with magic, and so was every living thing upon it. When
Yeah.
humans were created, that magic took the form of the soul, an eternal force which resided in and with every human being. The concept of the soul and the parts which encompass it has varied, at times changing from one dynasty to another. But in most ancient Egyptian funerary texts, they reference numerous parts of the soul: physical body, spiritual body, name, identity, the heart, the shadow, the combined spirits of the dead person that has successfully completed its transition to the afterlife. The Egyptians
Oh, there
believed that the
again.
human.
Look
What?
at that. There again, mocking. they mock the evil ones mock the transition, right? Because we all transitioned into to death, right? Or what, death isn't a real thing anyway, but whatever you want to call that, the end of your, you know. But there they go, just mangling something that's beautiful. Do you know? Because that's part of your journey here is to then.
No, they're not manga. What they're saying is
No,
this
I'm
is
saying
like
the modern
crazy.
modern day is mangling it.
Oh, modern day.
Modern day, the mangling of stuff, their transition, use the transition word all the time, and trying to make that into, and to see what they made it into. Transition is, flipping, it's inverting. That's not,
No, you didn't. No, no, no. But you're not. You didn't let me like. You didn't. The transition they mean from okay to the afterlife. So what they mean is when you go through a certain whatever it might be, right?
no,
It
I got it.
might
I got it.
be
I got it. I
like a
think I, yeah,
particle thing.
yeah. What I'm trying to explain to you is that when they do that, they kind of become half dead. So if you transition to, and I'm sorry to say, this is just my opinion, but whatever.
No, but they're
Uh,
not transitioning in this light. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking
I know
about every molecule that
what I'm
makes
saying is
up
the
you.
satanic people are transitioning in this life. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Egyptian text. So they
I
weren't talking about that then.
I know. I'm referring to that in the modern day, what they have done to that nice thing that they were trying to describe back then. And then now, of course, they know what that is. Of course, they know what it is. And then what are they going to do? Flip it. They're going to flip it into something bad. And that's all I'm just saying. That's all. Also, what you're talking about, very close to, you should look at the Navajo. Um, their beliefs are pretty interesting, pretty good stuff.
Well, when the word transition means change, like you're going through a transition.
Right.
That doesn't mean sex change. It
I'm saying
means
that's what they did to it. They twist everything. So
I
they
don't know
twist.
who's they. I'm just reading to you out of like where they're describing
I'm
the
saying who
Egyptians
they
belief.
is. The satanic people, the evil ones.
I
They're going
don't
to
know.
take anything
Can
good.
I just finish this? Listen to this, okay?
I don't think you're
Uh,
following, but I'm
listen.
following.
No, I am following you, but you're not following me because you're not letting me finish, or then you would understand what I mean.
I'm just
It,
saying two
the
cents.
Egyptians believed that the human personality had many facets, a concept that was probably developed early in the Old Kingdom. In life, the person was a complete entity. But if he led a virtuous life, he could also have access to a multiplicity of forms that could be used in the next world. In some instances, these forms could be employed to help those whom the deceased wish to support, or alternately, to take revenge on enemies,
Sounds like the Native Americans. Sounds like their beliefs.
like the
Sounds about.
skinwalker. That's what I was kind of thinking too. The physical form has to exist for the soul to have intelligence or the chance to be judged by the guardians of the underworld. Therefore, it was necessary for the body to be preserved as efficiently and completely as possible, for the burial chamber to be as personalized as it could, with paintings and statuary showing scenes and triumphs in the deceased's life. Only the pharaoh was granted mummification, and thus a chance at eternal and fulfilling afterlife. However, by the Middle Kingdom, all dead were afforded the opportunity. Then they were given the choice as to the type and quality of the mummification, the best and most expensive kind. Wow. So what they started to do was basically make it, if you had more money, you got a better mummy and better opportunity to get to the afterlife.
Sounds like
It says
more.
because the state of the body was tied so closely with the quality of afterlife. Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Well, I think everybody was originally everybody was treated that way. Once again, I don't know how far back this twisting goes. Apparently, it's way, way back. To me, I've seen some of the Egyptian stuff, and all the gold and all this. Again, with the gold, um, but but a little bit evil with the not a little either. A lot. So you have one person who ruling over a lot of people. Again, not good. Anytime you see that, not good. So, I mean, every time in history you go back and there's some pharaoh or king or whatever, not good, gone. Get it, gone.
Not,
That means
not,
they're already been evil. They've already been evil for some time. Then, you know,
yeah, for a long time. For a
yeah.
long
When
time. Like,
one they're praising
basically,
leader, that's weird because everybody
what?
is
Hey, I gotta go out and come back in.
okay. I am my Don Quixote, the Lord of the Okay. Whoop.
Okay. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jose says, so are we all going to hell?
Not.
Well, yeah, I feel like from way back, way back, way back when they used to, do rituals and when, stuff like that, they still probably do them, but they got into this habit of saying that these particular spells, which I don't even know if anybody's ever really been able to decipher any of those hieroglyphics. Some of them they have different ones. They're like whole big books of spells that are supposed to get you back into the you know to make you resurrect. So they basically created this story of the resurrection. With the virtuous, that's by giving money, and believing that the kingdom of heaven is going to be laden with gold, and that the more expensive your coffin is, the better you're gonna get into heaven, because the better state your body's in. So if you were a pauper, you got thrown into the thing in your pauper's grave with no ritual. So it was all about the ritual and making people believe the more money they spent, that they'd get to this kingdom that was laden with gold. And so give us your gold and you'll get to the kingdom of gold. And in the meantime, I don't know now if we have anything to believe in. Like, did, like, I guess we could find something to believe in ourselves, because everything that was written down started off with he who had the most money could be convinced that after they die, there's a heaven that's laden with gold for them. The more money they spent on their burial, where really you got to figure the Masonics had something to do with them too. There was bricks there for those, pyramids.
See,
You know,
that's a load of garbage because you have people who were born sick and they die, maybe when they're very small, and they never knew about anything, and
No, I
so
know, but it wasn't those people, those children weren't, it wasn't, they hadn't reached that mindset of greed yet. And I get what you're saying that, well, you got to figure, well, there's got to be a heaven because there's children that were innocent and everything. No, I'm
and
reading it on my phone. I heart pink.
animals are innocent too, you know.
Yeah, they are innocent. So we've got to find, uh, how about our heaven would probably be the Garden of Eden. I would think ours isn't laden with gold. It's laden with no shame, no judgment, food in abundance. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think it'd be nice. It's all those things that are natural, the like good water, good
yeah.
food,
All those things that are natural
good people,
and
good. Everything nice. That's it.
yeah, everything
I
nice.
well, that's what I think. Over there, I don't know. I had a dream. I've had one dream about my mom, and um, in that dream, I was walking down this road, and I looked to my left, and there was a big like farm field behind a house, and there was a lady kneeling down in front of this house with a bonnet on, and I've got this down to a detail because my mom never wore any bonnets or anything like that, and not that I had ever seen her. And in my dream, I'm walking down this road, and I look over, and I see this farm field behind her house, which is like this big, just big dirt, like they were getting ready to plant something or something back there, and then her house is in front of it, and then in the in front of that house is a lady kneeling. And when I in my dream I look at her, and it's my mom, and she's kneeling in her garden. And I looked at her for a second. I think she smiled at me, and then I woke up. And that's the only dream I've ever had about my mom since she passed away. And take what you want from that, and maybe my brain just made that up.
Awesome.
But I
I,
think that would heaven would be more like it would be all natural, and not to be all hippie, but it would be um more nice, like all natural,
yeah,
not
natural.
yeah.
My suggestion is for well, for you, I think, and for anybody, I now find more credence to that saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think that it's really entirely up to us to live with the thought of that, yeah, of that there is what's in our mind's eye, and what we're capable of using, like more of our brain than we usually do.
Yeah.
And yes, I can think which one do you want me to look for? And I would think as for burial, um, I think that wherever you would have retired had you been rich, right? So you could have retired somewhere or some way, doing whatever you would have loved to be doing in your end times, right? Then get cremated and have your ashes dumped there.
What scripture are you looking for, Pink? What do you want? Because I can look up Google. I can Google it.
Let Ben do it. Yeah,
Let co-host do research. Tracy
yeah.
Tracy is
Mhm,
talker.
mhm. Yeah, I really do.
That's nice. I think that's nice. That's a good thought. I think, you know, and I'm not just saying yeah, I think that feels more right to me, and not
Yeah,
just wishful thinking. I just think that's the way when things are like that here, you find that nice thing, like that people still like to watch the sunset. I mean, where I'm at, people
yeah.
just
Look for the beauty in your eye. What you see.
Sunrise. I'm
Um,
here every morning for the sunrise. There's only a handful of people here for the sun coming up, and we're not even watching the
Timothy,
sun come up. We're really watching what it does to the sky and makes it real pretty. And all of a sudden there's light, and kind of brings some happy. I always like the morning. I don't know. So
did you see what I Heart Pink put?
okay, look up Timothy 3:15. Okay.
Find it.
Yeah, hold on. 3:15. Okay, I'm gonna use the international version. So if this is it shouldn't be the Kim 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 James.
It's King James version you're gonna do.
No, no. This is the new international version. So I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible.
Okay.
So I got it. Starting with 3, Timothy. Timothy 3. Timothy 1. Oh wait, you're looking for Timothy 1, right?
I mean, I have it if you don't.
Yep.
I have it.
Well, okay. If you've got it, hold on. I got it. I'll just have to give me a second. But if you want to go, have at it.
Because this one says the
Okay.
saying is, if anyone, the saying is trustworthy. If anyone aspires to the
Got
office
it.
of the overseer, he desires a noble path.
Yep.
Therefore, an overseer must be above reproach, the husband of one wife, sober-minded, self-controlled, respectable, hospitable to everyone, not a lover of money. He must manage his own household without keeping his children first. If someone does not know how to manage his own house, I don't know. But I feel like this is a true saying. If man desire the office of bishop, a bishop then must be blameless.
That's
I
pretty.
think she means Timothy too, is what I think.
Yeah, that's the one that I went to first,
Yeah, yeah, I think it means Timothy
like by
too,
accident. One I went to first. Let me see what that says.
because it goes,
But that's right on too. Like I mean,
no, it's not. That isn't.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
I
this
think you're.
one is. It says,
Well,
but
hold
mark
on.
this:
Wait, wait, wait,
there will be
wait, wait,
terrible
wait, wait,
times in
wait,
the
wait,
last
wait. You can't
days.
override my opinion like that. Hold on. Wait a second. So just let me explain what I
No,
because
because that one is saying to become a bishop.
okay, but that's that part of it. Just forget that part. But what it's basically saying
Seems
is
like
just
that's what like those not
be
bishops.
be good to your family.
Um,
Take good care of your family. Be a good man. Don't be an idiot. It's basically saying some good stuff. That's all.
yeah,
Uh,
but I feel like it's saying like being mean.
okay, well then you can take it into like religious overdoing it. But
Yeah,
all
but
right,
yeah, they're overdoing it exactly. It just
yeah,
says, but mark this: there will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers
yep,
of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power, have nothing to do with such people. They are the kind who worm their way into homes and gain control over gullible women who are loaded down with sins and are swayed by all kinds of evil desires, always
uh-huh.
learning but never able to come to a knowledge of the truth.
Hey, there it is, right there. There's the computers coming in. You know, that's what's happening right now. That sounds like what's happening right now. Not to
Yeah.
throw, not to throw people, all of them young folks under the bus, you know, but they've had access to an incredible technology and that we didn't have with the internet. We didn't have iPads and iPhones and all that stuff. You know, they've grown up with it, and they have everything at their fingertips. They can, you know, I think that's what's made people rotten. Those the computer action.
And pollution and everything. It's
If you're using it for something bad, if you're not using it for something like I think what we're doing right now is awesome. I mean, I think you're trying to research and trying to figure out some good things and maybe people can listen in and just see, you know, I don't know. I'm not a know-it-all. I have no idea. I'm trying to figure it out just like everybody else. But, you know.
right, right. I feel like you know how Egypt is in Africa and how it seems like in Africa they have a real problem with drought and you know they can't even like the Nile, isn't it like really polluted and shit now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Yep, yep. I can
yeah.
hear you.
And like a lot of the plagues that were and also what was the other one that they had? The plague they had oh my god, it was wicked bad. Um oh my god, cholera.
Yeah.
Cholera, locust, because Moses straight over him and thick darkness over the judgment so heavy. Pharaoh offered to set the Israelites free, but they needed their animals to sacrifice to God. Okay, so are you there?
Yeah.
That kind of like makes me think too, even with how some people won't eat meat. Um, it's like, yet I would think if they're, you know, using their animals to sacrifice, you know, they probably ate them.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know.
You know, I don't know.
Surrendering a, what does it mean to make a sacrifice? Making an offer to God, act of giving something up, especially for the sake of something else. So basically, all right. So basically, let me go out and come back in.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you can eat a lot of things that aren't evil, I guess, or considered evil to eat. So uh, it's a tricky one with the food.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah. Well, you see
Yeah. So,
bears. Yeah.
well, so basically, though, like, I think what when they say a sacrifice to almost like godliness, not so much to God, but it's to respect that, uh, like you know, God saying they're giving you this in abundance. So make sure that you know it's almost like uh, a community. The lamb and the sheep and whatever that they sacrifice, all of them eat it so that nobody starves. Where you're supposed to be able to make a sacrifice of say one person has more sheep than the other or a bigger house or you know to make a sacrifice to help another person
Yeah.
where a, some people will have a 24 karat gold safety belt on their private jet and not make any sacrifices to help somebody, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean that those
Yeah,
guys are that any of the televangelists with their jets and all, they're all gone, all of them.
yeah. And I'm just wondering if they're interpreting it like they'll sacrifice a person and feed those people those wafers, right? And be like,
Yeah,
see, we sacrificed something to feed the people. We had enough people,
yeah, they're always
instead of the sheep.
it always really, some of these priests. I mean, if you really want to, the Vatican. If you go look over at the Vatican, they built this thing that looks like a snake head. Their main auditorium looks like a serpent. Now, why in the name of God would you do that? Do you know if they weren't backwards? You know that the Vatican owns the most powerful telescope in the world. It's in Arizona and it's called Lucifer. I mean,
Yeah,
come on now, come on. You
yeah,
know, I told that to my dad, and he was like, "Oh, well, yeah, no, they're not. That's an ancient name, or something." He has, yeah, hard to explain to people, like because I'm not trying to. He's a good guy, and he believes that things are probably better than they are, and but I don't think those guys are good. I think they're pretty evil over there, to tell you the truth. I think that whole thing, it's just going to get me. They're going to hate me for
I
this. But I think that all that Vatican, all of that, everything over there, all of it, gone. Get them out of here. They use the gold. They've got they've got their, they use symbology of, the goat. They use a lot of that goat head, with the horns. That's demonic. That's satanic stuff,
get
and
it.
like I said, their main like function, the biggest room they have where they do is looks like it's modeled after a serpent. Like, I mean, it couldn't be any more evil. To me, that's just my opinion. But you know, and why is
I
it these
find
guys
it
are all?
really crazy that they've been putting those statues up of Bat Comet or whatever it is, the sabbatic goat, like you were talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's up
and
with that? And why are all these guys all implicated in some kind of weird stuff with children? Like, come on, you know what's going
yeah,
on? I mean, that's a just dead giveaway. I mean, if people want to still continue to have, have you heard about the red shoe people? Apparently those red shoes are made out of human skin. You know, so anytime you
yeah.
see one of those like high ranking, priests and over there, and I don't know what the names they have for all of them. They all have
Mm.
some kind of name, but yeah, those red shoes are weird. And
I never heard of them.
yeah, supposedly they're in some club where it's that those are, yeah. I mean, I don't even want to know some of this stuff. I mean, I just get gone, just go. I mean, if
Yeah,
you
this
got
is crazy. It says so that Hamnet, whatever, that statue, the ghost, whatever, a goat thing there,
yeah, you don't have to say it's
right?
cool.
It says the Knights Templar trace their beginnings to the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, when 9 Christian knights, under the auspices of King Baldwin II and Patriarch Warman, were given the task of protecting pilgrims on the road to Jerusalem, which they did for 9 years until elevated to a military order, and then they became an elite fighting force in the Crusades, known for their propensity not to retreat or surrender. Eventually, their rules of secrecy, their power, privileges, and their wealth made them vulnerable to the King of France's accusation, and with the Pope's unsuccessful attempts to prevent it, their destruction. The Templar leader, Master Jacques de Molay, had recently come to France for meetings with the Pope. In 1307, members of the Templar order in France were suddenly charged with heresy and arrested. Many ultimately, including their leader, were burned at the stake, while others were sentenced to perpetual imprisonment. The events in France led to a series of trials in other locations, none of ours. So the poor fellow soldiers of Jesus Christ, commonly known as the Knights Templar, originally began in 1120 when a group of 8 Christian knights approached Warman, Patriarch of Jerusalem, and requested permission to defend the kingdom of Jerusalem. And charged them with the duty of keeping their roads safe from the thieves, which they did unto the Council of Troy, sanctioned by the church. So something, so what must have happened?
So I think, anytime they they wear the robes or they have this ceremonial hat on and all this stuff, I'll tell you something funny. The first time that they took me to church when I was little, and I walked in, this guy with a big purple robe on, I think it was like the priest there, or the head priest at the church or whatever. And I was little. I must have been about 3, something like that. And I walked up to him and I asked him if he was a magician, because I had seen on TV that like magicians wore like cloaks and things like that. And yeah, I walked up to him and asked him if he was a magician. Hey, isn't that just like a kid seeing it as it is, right? Are you a magician? Like I'm asking him whether he's like, I didn't know it, but like I'm asking him whether he's like one of them Hornswoggler dudes. Are you one of them? Are you somebody like fooling people with your robes and I'm something magical, majestic, and listen to me because I wear this crown and I have these great robes, and it just seems, and then we still do it. They're still dressing in that stuff now. Like the Pope appears with all this garb on or whatever, and I don't
I
get
feel like Germany had such a, really was around back then even, and people, they don't even ever talk about Germany in the Bible, but
that's like where, that's why you got to look up the Tartarian. They buried that. That was supposedly like one of the biggest. They were like very good with the technology around long time ago. They're over there. That's the Tartaria. You should check that out, because they like obliterated all of it, but a lot of it is still around. It just escaped out of there because it's just so awesome. Speaking of that, there's 3 dolphins swimming way out.
There's what?
There's 3 dolphins that just popped up right in front of me, out in the ocean. Poof! You just saw their fin come up. All 3 of them swimming together.
Wow, this is crazy. The Reformation of the 16th century. It's like, and it started on December 25th, which is when they try to say, about Jesus being born.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, yeah. Oh, they totally invert that one. There's what I'm talking about. Like, there's Christmas, right? But then it's like, it's made into Santa, right? Satan.
That was
Santa,
nothing else.
Satan, Santa, right? Okay, why would they be celebrating some weird holiday, and on Christmas, if not to invert the fact that maybe that's the, birthday to, right? Right? Jesus' birthday. Wouldn't they want to, of all days, just absolutely turn that one upside down, right?
Yeah, but I feel like that they started that whole Holy Roman, the whole papacy or whatever it is, and the Pope and all that shit going on. But it all got started, it was December 25th. So really, when they talk about Jesus, it's symbolic. Like they're killing the person who sold themselves out, kind of. for them. The king of the Franks, the Ottoman. I mean, I can't even get over this shit. King of the
Yeah,
Romans.
it's right, exactly. So what you're saying is like pay homage to the worst person possible, as opposed to paying homage to somebody awesome, right? The best person, like that nicest person. Let's turn the holiday into we're celebrating this awful guy at the
They say
first of
the first to reign,
the first of the off.
Charlemagne. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm,
and he said it was December 25th to January 18th for 14 years.
mm,
Um, he was the first one to reign.
mm.
And eldest son of Pepin the Short, or whatever, before they became king of the France in 768. Uh, we, yeah, led the incursion into Muslim Spain, Christianizing them upon penalty of death. He was crowned Emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo on Christmas Day. Huh.
Uh,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Can you hear
Mm.
me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Wow.
that just if you it makes sense if you know like that they flip that they would be doing the opposite of good. So it's just like that's a good thing to remember maybe that I'm just saying just an idea, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
But
how odd that it was started December 25th.
any one of those holidays that we think is something, yeah, I mean, you might want to think twice about what, like what is actually what we're celebrating there. I mean, and just because somebody told you that and they've been doing it for hundreds of years doesn't mean it's right either, right? There's lots of
Mm-hmm.
stuff passed down that's not, you know, not good.
No, I know, but this is like history, actually, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's just so, like, I mean, coincidence, I guess, whatever. But anyway, that Bahamut, whatever it is there, the
Yeah.
demon, it's,
That's that's fine. It sounds like Mahatma Gandhi.
but it's
Like,
not, it's a demon. Bahamut. I can't even say how it is. It goes, in Detroit, hundreds gather for unveiling of satanic statue in Detroit.
oh boy.
This bronze monument was unveiled by the Satanic Temple in Detroit on July 25th, 2015, a little before midnight. Why would it even be midnight? On Saturday, a crowd of 700 gathered in an old industrial warehouse a few blocks from the Detroit River for what they'd been told was the largest public satanic ceremony in history. Most of them
Oh,
professed to be adherents of Satanism, that loosely organized squad of the occult. Others came simply because they were curious. Um,
mm,
so the reality of the event speak truly truth, harmlessly festive, a cross between an underground rave. They were there to publicly unveil a colossal bronze statue of Baphomet, the goat-headed
Baphomet.
race
Yeah.
who, after centuries of various appropriations, is now the totem of contemporary Satanism. The pentagram, that familiar logo of both Orthodox Satanists and
Yeah.
disaffected teens, originated as a rough outline of his head. The statue itself is impressive, almost 9 feet tall and weighing in at around a ton. The horned idol sits on a throne adorned with a pentagram, but it is
I
the
mean,
idol's wings and not his chair that invoke. I mean, I don't understand this.
yeah.
Uh,
Why even create that if it's not? What are you doing? And I do know that the Satanists don't project what and for good reason. You run around telling everybody you're a Satanist. People are going to look at you like you're nuts. So they don't project what they are either. There's just this like underlying, like you know, they're all
yeah,
members of it, and whether or not they acknowledge they are, or that they practice it in their life. Uh, so
I mean, I
Whatever.
can't even understand this.
Who would make
Uh,
a statue? I mean, I just don't even, why would you even make that if it's in reference to something that's evil? You know, let's just avoid doing that. That and the other thing I just got to point out is that the stupidest thing I see people do all the time, and people don't really realize what they're doing. Is they give that devil horns like the rock, like rock out with their pointy finger and their pinky, and they go like rock the house. Do you know if you do that with your hand? And
uh-huh.
do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's like the rock out. Yeah, hey, rock, buddy, right? Right? That just I'm not being extremist or whatever, but like you might not want to be doing that with your hand because that's the devil horns. Do you know? Like, hey, I just walk around and say, hey, what's up to people and flash them the devil horns. Are you guys communicating to each other? Because I'm going to start to suspect you are. Do you know?
Mm-mm.
Like I flicked on to these guys had a live
No.
show last night, and they're all talking about like rock music and stuff, and how they greet each other with that sign. They give each other and that might just all be their friendly gesture to each other because they don't know no better. I'll give them that. But I also think these Satanists communicate with each other somehow, and they give each other like the thumbs up, like you would wave hello to somebody that is your friend and say hi, right? So how they communicate with each other is through some weird ass hand signs, and we already know they use the hand signs, but now I'm starting to wonder what the hell. They're being so damn obvious about it right now and blatant, and they're just right in your face, and they're doing it on purpose they're being it right in your face to annoy you. Now they stepped up their game, and they're going, yep, let's go. Look at me, I'm doing it right in your face. And I don't think ever before they've ever done it that badly as they are right now. Like people just walking around being like, yep, I'm evil, bring it.
I have to go out.
You know? Yeah, and for those people that don't really real, and it's all in your intention, right? Of like what you're doing with your hand or whatever, all signs, because it's the intention of stuff. But what I'm saying is like I'm starting to suspect, like you can't not but suspect especially on YouTube. I see a lot of like signaling going on, and you just have to watch closely. But like, what the fuck, man? Because I don't do that. I don't do that at all. I don't signal to people at all. Any of my friends on YouTube, I don't know. We just kind of wave or say hello to each other. We don't do some kind of.
Yeah, they
Uh,
stole most of the gold. That's exactly what it is. And you know something else? What I think they did?
I'll be right back too.
I, huh?
I'll be right back. I just checking
All
out for a second here.
right, all right. Well, I'm gonna wait.
No, go ahead. All right, go ahead. I won't.
I think that what they did was they had okay, so they had this particular people would go to the holy city, right? Because they wanted to pay homage to the holy city, right? Jerusalem is and so there was a certain group of people who would protect them, okay, so that they didn't get robbed because people knew that they would bring, things to whatever, okay. Apparently, it was a dangerous trek, to get there and see the chosen one, I guess, whatever. Um, so then this something happened and there was some battle. So this king turns around and says, suddenly now, this king turns around and says, we're going to remove you from that position and have you go fight with the Templars. You're going to be the elite of going to do this. But because they were ordered to do it, because suddenly now there's a change in control. So even though they had signed up to like kind of protect the Jews and not to go around, as the Holy Inquisition there and force people into, you know, it was they didn't sign up for that, and then they end up getting tried by saying, okay, see, you did that, so basically now you're evil, you denied God, you're a heresy, you're a heretic. You went out there and did this and that. You didn't stick by your, you know, you whatever, and force them to sign that they, under torture, under great torture, that they praised Bahatna, that demon. You know what I think is that it wouldn't surprise me if at that those times there wasn't sick enough people that would cut a goat in half and attach them, or maybe a person even be put inside a goat. Maybe they're rabbis or they're holy people. Um, done like that, and that became,
Yeah. I don't know.
but force them to sign that saying that they praised him, and that was how the first whole. Now that is the symbol for the Knights Templar. I wonder if it was like a holy person, a holy man that they had sewn like that, and those original knights that were supposed to be, white knights, kind of, that were protecting the people that were going to the holy city. They had good intentions. They
Yeah.
killed them and accused them of heresy and replaced
Sure. Oh yeah.
them.
Sure. That makes sense,
No,
right?
it's true. I read it. I didn't just know that. That's what I was just reading
Oh
when I
yeah.
was out there.
Oh, I
That
mean,
is what they did. It's not my
I,
theory.
right. What I'm
That's
saying is, like, they've probably done that to, you know, replaced a lot of the things that were good with bad.
yeah, with evil. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh
with
yeah.
evil.
All right. Hold on one
Yeah,
second. I got to run for a second. I'll be right
and,
back.
and what really surprises me is, so I'm pretty sure they're not moving around that statue that weighs a ton. Okay, 15 feet tall, weighs a ton. So how come we never hear about it? Where is it in Detroit? Can you look that up then? Like, is it still there? Because how come we never hear about some statue of it? You know, the satanic thing that's 15 feet tall and weighs a ton being right there in Detroit. Oh, that's right. Wish someone else would look. Oh my God. What's up with you, buddy? Uh-uh. Yeah. Mm. So this has been quite the trying to find that one in the Bible. They left. Yeah, because they can't stand intellectual. Oh, hello, Dark Light. Yeah, you know why? Every knee shall bend, every head will bow on Judgment Day, because they'll probably go and cut people's heads off. Very interesting topics we've been talking about. So anyway, I heard Pink, you're so funny. I read your comment back that you said to somebody. It was hysterical. You're so funny. I wonder if I can find it. Let me see. I got a headache going on. Um, let's see. Can't even tell if you guys can still hear me. Alright. You stay. And
Hello.
hi, can you still hear me?
Yeah. No.
No. I was looking at I Heart Pink.
They stole the car. You know what else?
If you can hear me. Hello?
Satan. Satanic. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, what? Oh yeah, what?
Yeah. We're saying Santa. Satan. Right. Yep.
Here is
They're
one. Are
sneaky
you
with this stuff.
trans?
What?
I Heart Pink. She was busy one day. Damn, I may have deleted them. So anyway, what did you do tonight?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, what did I do tonight? Last night. I've been trying to get more sleep, and that's been making me feel a little bit better. Because I'd like to be up and do be on and stuff with people and be chatting. So that's fun. But sometimes I need to catch up on some sleep. So last night I just went and took a big rest. Nothing really special. Just talk with like my buddies. Watch the sun go down, chill out.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't really do anything special. Right now I'm just not not not. Oh, yesterday I saw my pops. That was cool. We went out for breakfast.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's always cool.
Hmm.
I see him every every couple of weeks or whatever, and yeah. Well, he brought his girlfriend with him, which is awesome. She's really, really nice, and I like her. So
Cool.
we have good chats. We talk and um,
Do you sleep right at the beach, or do you find like a spot?
yeah, I got a couple different, but last night it was kind of getting blown up. I don't know what was happening over there at my spot last night, but there was cops all over up there, right? And
Was it really?
yeah, I don't know. They were called for some kind of incident that was happening, and I just yeah, it made me think twice about staying there. But then they took off, so yeah, I'm incognito.
Yeah.
They're not after me. I'm not. There's nothing I'm doing. I'm not doing anything bad, so I don't get bothered too much.
You
I
don't get
used to.
scared.
What?
You're not scared down there. You wake up, somebody's looking through your car window.
No. I think it would scare them. Me staring back at them, right? Right?
Yeah, I guess so. Right.
Oh, you want to
Mm,
make that mistake?
that's true.
No. No. I've been woken up down here by by the guys. But I was totally in my to be where I was. The place opens at a certain time, and and I was just like, I just like to sit down here and watch the sun come up. And he goes, I do too, man. No problem. He didn't bother me after that. Not to. He was like, I was just checking on you. He's like, your car seemed like it was really close to the ocean. I was like, yeah, I like to get it real close. So when you look out, like I kind of drift off a little bit. Sometimes in the morning it's early, so I kind of go back kind of nap a little bit, but it looks like you're just like floating out in the ocean. It's kind of nice. So
That'd be fucked up if you woke up, your car's like fucking floating out.
yeah, well, the tide's going out in the morning, so that's not, I'm not worried then. I have been down here when it like a rainstorm came in, and all of a sudden I look over and we're all the cars down the line we're all sitting in water. So that's in the afternoon. That was like later on at like nighttime, the tide coming back in. Yeah, I'm pretty boring. I didn't really do anything that special besides I'm on YouTube all the time talking with people, talking about different stuff like we are right now. I have some other people that I just joke with. I just mess with on a different kind of a different level. I just make jokes, and so nothing serious going on there. And then I have a buddy who's like he's super intense, and I'll go on his show.
Lemon, Lucky.
Oh my god!
Hi, Lemon. He
What,
wishes I was peeking through his window.
Felt a hole there.
Yeah, here you pink.
Hey, Lemon,
You would have enjoyed our whole conversation. You missed it.
Want to trade? Lemon want to trade and come up?
If he doesn't, then I'll probably end it. He would have enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, go get some rest. Because I got to
Yeah,
go
I'm
get some.
gonna. Tired. Got a headache.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So thanks for coming in, you guys, and thank you, Lemon. I know you just got here, and I'm ending it. I'm sorry. So thank you, Ben. It's been another great talk. It really has.
Thank you. Yeah.
I appreciate it. My head's ready to explode from all the research, though.
Yeah, right. Thanks for the chat too. Everybody in your chat's nice. You get some nice ones in there now. They just hang
we're coming
on.
back, right? We're doing good again. We're coming back.
Yeah, just hang on. The bad ones will just root themselves out, and then the
that's
good ones.
what happened. They weeded themselves out. I'm on the number 2 machine. If you're doing doo-doos, nice. Gross. Yeah.
All
right.
I'll talk to you later.
I'm gonna get something to eat. So peace, love, and tacos, everybody.
Yeah, go get something to eat. Have a good rest, everybody. I'll see you later.
All right, bye, everyone. Peace, love, and tacos. Bye, Ben.